Welcome to Throwback Thursdays on Jared D. Glad to be here. Glad that we all get to hang out this evening. Uh, Sorry about the 1 minute lateness, but it was inside the first minute. uh, so watched a lot of videos in the past few days. Got quite a few things we can talk about. I know we should be maybe I've got some ideas what we could do for Throwback Thursdays, to make them interesting. Go back and look at, somebody's first video or the first time they posted on a motorized bike. Kind of sounds like a cool idea to do. Usually everybody is super improved by then, by over a short amount of time. So something like that sounds kind of cool to me. That's what I thought I'd do. If anybody else is interested, once we get the live stream going, people show up in here. So yeah, I'm here after work. I finished my dinner. We're sitting here in I think we're camping out in Oklahoma in this photo that I'm sitting in. I remember the campsite especially. We're still in the deep green. No, we're in the deep green, Alabama. No, it's Mississippi. It's a Mississippi campsite right here. As a matter of fact, we end up hanging our hammock on the porch right there. Just a little further that way. Right there. And so yeah, it's old Throwback Thursday. Let's see what's going on. Couldn't keep cigarette out of my hand for a minute. I tried. Best I could do. So yeah, we'll get this old safety meeting starting. Maybe it should be like safety meeting Thursday. Damn. Got that guy Yup come through here. And I guess nobody's in here, but that's all right. Just for anybody who does rewatch them, they'll get these parts. That old Yup come through here, and he said, he left in the chat, sweet tea with Jared D. I was like, I do kind of like that. My old lady read it off to me earlier today, and I'm like, man, that sounds like something I put on a T-shirt. I mean, I ain't really into making a whole bunch of stuff, but something like that kind of sounds neat. Sat and hung out with Dave on the porch for a little while this evening. He didn't. He had gone live a little bit earlier than I'd got off, and I went and ran a couple of extra things this evening, and I missed it, man. I didn't miss it, but I was only there for like maybe 30 minutes or so. But then I went over to Terry's Trips and Tips, and Terry's Trips and Tips. I think is what the name of her channel is. I can't memorize it. And hung out with her on her live for a little while. She was doing a vertical, doing some DoorDash. Drone Days is here. Well, I got the notification. Hey, man, you never know. Sometimes Google will give me a couple notifications to people. Not every time, though. I know what you meant, sir. So fuck it. That's what I'm saying. I am glad to see you, though. I always love catching you. I'm not going to lie. I'm always looking for you. Okay, how do I get to my own live? Oh, there. I'm live now. There we go. So, yeah, I'm just going to sit here, watch you drink some beer. I'm going to smoke some pot. Probably going to hang out with the guys, shoot some shit. Maybe somebody will tell a good lie or a good truth or a great story or a mildly entertaining story or maybe something funny even. Wow, love that. I've been having a really good time recently on the live, so. Hello, y'all. Was notified too. Thank you, Bri. I'm glad to see you, sir. They don't go out to everybody. That's a fact. who knows who will get a notification. That's a what do you call it? Yeah, it's something a Google algorithm thing. Nobody knows. Smoke pot, drink beer. I am in. Thank you, Trev. He's like, yeah, no, no, no. He's gonna cover all my bases. Those are the first good bases to hit. So I got to clear one out of the chamber though. It's already been loaded and browned. I always check on 9 p.m. to see. There you are. Hey, thank you, Bry. So that's what I've been doing is I've been doing 8 o'clock for Tuesday and Thursday and 7 o'clock for Sunday. Chris said, well, you need to give some people that are East Coasting and further, more of a chance. And that's why I was doing the 7 on Sundays. Maybe it was supposed to be even a little bit earlier, but I don't know. Oh, here we go. Are you anywhere on your build yet? Been no time here for me. Okay, Bri the Bike Guy. I'm more inspired now than ever, damn it, because I had just went through the whole Grindel's Garage videos for the past 3 that he'd posted on the Bikeberry incident, his whole Bikeberry experience. So I had watched that, and that son of a gun got the Avenger 85. And then he got burnt on that thing. And I'm like, man, I'm going to get me one of them damn eBay Avengers in, man. No way. No way, no how. Here I was starting to feel guilty about feeling like fucking Smolik would send you trash. And man, I am so sorry about that. Grindel's Garage. Take a quick puff here while everybody's getting their hats on and everything. That's not an official safety meeting. That was you had to clean the tool and everything, get it properly prepared. Maybe nobody needs to see no chest hair, showing a little too much skin. But I have been enjoying hanging out on other people's lives though in the past few days. I ain't gonna lie. I know I've went around a few other communities to do it, but still I enjoyed doing it. When I was hanging out with Dave, he'd ask me, are you going live later? I'm like, yes, yeah, I think I'm going to keep to this Thursday and Sunday thing. Especially, you know why though? Mostly because Daniel Barry Sports Highlights has been hanging out with us guys loyally now for a couple months now, I think. If it ain't been months, it's been a long. Well, it's been a good while, but I'm enjoying it. Thank you, sir, for coming in and hanging out with us again this evening. I hope we don't let you down, and we just hope we don't let you down. Plan for doing my next 2 days, but sis dropped that bike to point for nephew. Can't have him ride a pink and white bike with lime green spokes. Yikes. Oh, I am way behind on the gig drama. I know, Drone. I was hanging out with Terry's Tips and Tricks, and I was trying to hang out with Mary's Gigs. Otherwise, yeah, I've just been watching Torp. That's it. I watched Torp. I did let about 4 or 5 videos build up before I went and used him to keep my app. Used him to keep Instacart on during the day. Because if you look away from Instacart for 10 minutes, dude, that son bitch will go out on you, dude. You won't be getting no orders. Asshole. It's a real asshole thing to do. Keeps you on your toes. And yeah, I really liked listening through his videos there at the last 4. Had a great time. It was good. Maybe 2.5 hours worth. Yeah, a couple 20 minutes, but there was like 2 of them that were an hour long. So nothing, but it was just fun to hear him rant, dude. I just like to hear him rant. Makes it where I don't have to. As soon as he starts saying things that I don't believe, maybe I'd rant back in his chat. In fact, the only time I ever ranted in this chat was during the Jeff Thomas Black days, asking him, "Are you sure? I mean, hitch the wagon, him. I just find it weird. this, oh, Willard's in the house, dude. Willard, tell us, how's her finger, and what kind of chili? All the aliens want to know." Eleanor, her finger hurts, but she sees a specialist doctor tomorrow and the heading home from my other place. Ah, okay, well, drive safe, be careful. You can stick around, though. We'll hang out with you. That was drone days. That was literally a month. Oh, just a month before it. Just a month before it. Drone days. I started. That's where I found the whole community out there. I found the Jeff Thomas Black Torp interview. First fucking gig tube shit I had watched. For real. That's amazing. It wasn't her foot abroad the bike guy. It was her finger. I think a can of chili con queso fell and it hit her landed on her finger, or she was picking it up and she stumbled and it landed on her finger and it broke her finger. She's gonna have to go see a specialist and get it probably set correctly and then splinted. And I don't know. Hope not surgery. Chatting and driving at the same time. I got like 15-minute drive back to my other place. But there was a can of chili involved, Bri, and I'm not exactly sure how the can got out of hand and got to her hand. But I once rolled up a newspaper, and I mean, I rolled it up good and tight, okay? And there's this goddamn hornet landing right on the armrest of the couch. And I put that darn thing rolled up magazine right down on it. And somehow, I don't know how, it flew around, stung me right on the very top of the hand, dead center, dude. Made me let go of the damn rolled up paper and drop it and grab the damn hornet out of the air like a damn man and mash him up like a, damn, he got me. I was trying to be, got me, man. How did he know? He knew. Somehow or other, he knew. He was right, too, because his life wasn't going to last much longer. Well, I hope it was at Campbell's Chunky, because that's the one that I've been eating recently, is the Campbell's Chunky chili there. Is it called Chunky? It's the Campbell's chili. I really like that one. That's been my favorite. But what I do is I usually add another smaller can of diced tomatoes to it. I want more tomato in there. My mom always puts stewed tomatoes in our chili. So I like a lot of bean and a lot of chili in there. No, a lot of bean, a lot of tomato. Whatever. Hate hornet. They keep stinging. That son of a gun was fucking laying it to me exactly right. So I just had to punish him for holding on. He wasn't giving, dude. He was right though. He was right because it was going to be all over for him. But so he was just like, and let me tell you what, that son of a gun. Oh, it went a good flavor of numb for a good, let's say, 45 minutes, and then I don't know. I don't have really a hard reaction to any of the stingers. So you can get me a good pain. It'll go up, and then it just falls off and goes away completely. And I end up with like a little red dot. No, no noticeable. Uh, and that's what she always gets me with that too. Because I'm like, God dang it, I got stung. And when I'm showing it to her, it's just a damn red dot now. And I mean, how can you get any pity for a little red dot? Still hurt. Oh, it was cheese chili. I don't even know what cheese chili is. Sounds dangerous. And you knew it was dangerous bringing that can in the house. That thing needs to be locked up in a cupboard. It's like, no, man, I'm just keeping the can for home protection. Oh, Thirsty Thursday. Damn, even better, Mossy. Good evening, Mossy. Happy Thursday. Oh, shit. Link invite. Copy. Paste. Send. Pin. Got it. There. Made it happen. 10 minutes and he'll take a video of it. Drone Day's like, Mossy, I'll drink to that. Thirsty Thursday is what keeps Drone Days going. Well, that and out of booze Fridays and get more beer Saturday. And I can't believe I drank that much on Sunday. I'm sleeping in on Monday, beer later in the day. Dude, does Drone Days have his beer delivered? That's a good question. Trent, what's up, sir? Oh, I forgot what I was going to do this evening, too. Yeah. There. Got it. I did it. Figured it out. I'm on it. Okay, what do we got? Mossy, I have to get something at store and match you. Uh-oh. Sedated on Bud back to normal with the painting. Sedated on Bud back to normal with the painting. Are you going to run to the store and grab something to drink? Get yourself something cold, dude. Don't get overheated on the way there, though, dude. That's fucking not cool. If you want to hop on here and take us with you, dude, I totally fucking loved you pedaling to the fucking store the other night when you rode to the store. So don't think I didn't. That was super cool. If you're ever going to ride your bike or walk there, take us with you. I'll walk there with you. Yep. I'm doing well, Trent Bikes. I'm glad to see that you come in here this evening. Trent, I'm just going to say Trent. Yeah. I'm glad to see you. Did you catch the video from the live from last week or from a Tuesday where Eunice come in here on the live, streaming live, took the Hoshang out for a rip. Decent ride. She had a good ride. Came back. Oh, dude, her battery fell off and her light went out. And then later on, oh, it was a nightmare. Freaking Tamboy was on here and he was struggling. He was all but sweating, dude. He was trying real hard not to get all perspirated about the chainsaw was fucking him. And then that bike fucking screwed him over too, dude. He's like, man, I can't win. Ran out of gas, dude. Freaking ran out of gas. Oh, he was upset by that. That got him. You could tell that just sent him over. He's like, oh. I'm just glad he still got a damn bike, man. He looked, he was probably real close to wanting to toss that thing in the bushes. A thumbnail had bone graft. What? Was a blessing. Turns out cyst in the bone eating from the inside was about as thick as a thumbnail, had bone graft. Well, damn, Brian, I'm really glad. Elabike. DNS! All right. Glad to see people showing up. Where we got? From now on, everybody get there rich. I ain't gonna be the only one not doing it. Yeah, guys, T-Dog has popped in the house. What did y'all think about? I mean, not everybody got to see it, but some people may have went and watched that live again and caught T-Dog on his bike. He gave us an unreleased video, dude. Secret fucking shit. And let me tell you guys, he's on another freaking level. We're not even on the same fucking page. Every time you hear Leonard saying, we're not even, dude, leaves Leonard on the back burner. You're like, oh, built low to the ground. We're talking high speed racer here. It's the one thing that you know arrow. It's like, okay, did you? Yeah, so he increased the arrow. He really increased the arrow. Whatever, T-Dog. No, I really appreciate you, brother. That was really cool. The fact that you shared that with us, that was so next level. I have only been thinking about it ever since then. And earlier that day, I was thinking about it, dude. And then to seeing your video on it, I'm like, yeah, it's about the only way my heavy would not be as big of a factor. And now you have something heavy enough to keep the thing stuck down, because as you keep going faster and faster, it keeps getting lighter and lighter. Yeah. A small bubble fairing on there. Those, what were we calling them? Dave talked about it, told me what it was. Quarter fairing or something, even a homemade quarter fairing. That one guy, Mouse Bikes, was making his own little quarter fairings. I never did exactly find out how he was making those little quarter fairings, but they were cool. I don't think it was all foam, but it had a little plexiglass, section to it. I think he deleted his channel though, so you can't really go back and see very much of it. Yeah, I think he reopened it. It's another Mouse Bikes turned into something. It was something else before it was Mouse Bike, so then he deletes it, starts a new channel, and I can't think what his channel's name was. But yeah, so, well, that got me excited. I'm speaking well. And it's garbage, all of this new construction around me. Well, T-Dog, all the new construction around you is going to increase your internet, though. You know what I mean? They'll end up having to put in a bigger tower nearby, bigger push or something. I don't know, right? They all have to be customers. Although I was out in West Texas, and I swear to you, I wanted to know what freaking service are y'all using? If I ain't got no Verizon, what phones are y'all using out here? Can't imagine they're all running around without a damn cell phone. How savage is that? Come on. Yeah, whatever. But I did get away from the interstate a few times on my long trip there. And it's not far from the interstate, man. You don't got to get far from the interstate before you're like, oh, service. Yeah, service plunges fast, dude. It goes away quick. Cell service, data service, all that service. Yeah. That was I kept having that problem to do that trip live, to do those lives on it, that each evening I needed to end up with internet. And you're like, well, what about getting into the sticks? And man, I will end up and that's it. There's no live, we have no service, no service. When me and Eric went camping, I checked my phone several times on the way out there. And but he had planned it where an interstate wasn't far away we weren't on the interstate, we were on a road, but as we went into that park, it actually got closer to an interstate, which was only about a mile and a half, 2 miles, maybe 3 miles away. And that way that, yeah, it had a for goddamn decent internet out in the middle of nowhere. It seemed in the middle of nowhere. There's an interstate that way. I see hit whoa, 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 whoa. I see you hit 1.k subscribes. Nice job, Jared. You deserve it. But nice guy. Yeah, thank you, DNS. I really appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, it happened. I've been pecking right along. I've just been pecking slow, you know, building a community, people to hang out with. I know there's been some animosity amongst different peoples and all, and I really don't want to, be part of anybody's animosities. And dang it, I don't even bring it up. I know I just did. So I'm just trying to be a good friend to everybody that I can be. If they'll let me be a good friend to them, I will definitely be a good friend. Uh-oh. That's the kind of thing right there. Isn't that amazing? Oh, I'd already made her moderator a long time ago. Good evening, Celicia Ann. Hey guys, y'all could go check out Celicia Ann's adventures. I think it was the last one she posted where Paul is holding the camera. It's good for at least 20 minutes of y'all's time to watch Paul talking and hanging out with her and going for a smooth cruise. And it was very friendly. He's probably a hell of a guy. But you get to see him, get those shots that we always want to see. We want to see what our friends look like while they're riding their bike. And you get to see. And she had a real cool urban, some urban gear on the bike there, bags on the back and everything, carrier on the front. I fucking like the bike. I ain't gonna lie. I like bikes carrying stuff. I don't know why, but I see some homeless person on the side of the road and they got it strapped to the bike, all that stuff. Oh, it's caused an accident on the road just looking at it. I don't know why. It catches my attention in every way. Yeah. And she's been going places to take her rides, and that's really cool too. And to have a friend to go with her each those different times, even cooler. Makes for whatever. Makes it funner. Everyday carry. Every ride carry. I like it. The every ride carry. I like it. Very good. Uh-oh, we got Redneck Ways. Oh, I don't know that we had seen Redneck Ways before. Did I see him? Ah, hello, guys. New to the channel. Hello, Redneck Ways. We're glad to see you, sir. I think I had spoke with you in a chat in a reply a few days ago. You can tell me down in the chat if you did, if that was me. I got my bicycle motor back in the spring and have had a blast. Taking it to camp has been fun also. Uh-oh. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh, hell yeah. 500. Hell, dude, this guy's got a whole channel. Well, dude, glad to have you come on here, dude. Totally impressed. Yeah, man. No. Throw you on the old subscribe list. Bam. You know what? There. Come back fucking naked. I'll give you a wrench. That's what I'm going to go with. Anybody who's come back twice like Dave. That was Dave's rules. I've noticed he's been using on his line. Anybody's come back twice, man. Totally give them a damn wrench. They need the wrench. Oh my God. It reminded me of back in the day. Is that true? At the store that I work that I work out of the Publix grocery store, they have the Mexican Coca-Colas sold as Mexican Coca-Colas, and you're like, I have never had one, and I think they cost a couple of bucks more even, or you're not bucks, but and they're in the bottle, and I think they were the 12-ounce bottles, 12 or 16-ounce bottle. I think they're a 12-ounce bottle. It's just a 12-ounce bottle. The thick glass bottle, the regular Coca-Cola bottle. And yeah, I've never cracked one of them open, made with cane sugar. To tell you the truth, maybe I'm not even old enough to even know what Coca-Cola with cane sugar even tastes like. So it might even taste different to me. My mom was always a big Coca-Cola in the bottle, a lady. She one of those self-indulgences she'd buy, a little 6-pack of Coca-Colas in the bottles, and we'd always leave them alone for her. Right, you got, yeah. Apparently, all my brothers were able to resist the urge, drinking all the Coca-Colas, making sure she had her little 6-pack in there. Me and Christy have been mostly, yeah, almost no, almost not. Just sweet tea. I've been sweet tea since I was a kid. I mean, I never broke. I might have Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper and Coca-Cola, in the fountain drink for a little while there. There was some years, it's construction, outdoors, just, consuming it. But, yeah, then I found that I could buy tea and, yeah. Mike Miller! Damn! Hello, everyone else. There's a few people in here hanging out this evening. Very good to see you, sir. Very good to see you. Yeah, and DNS is in here. Bry's up in here. Drone Days. Mossy popped in, but he said he had to run to the store and grab something. We figured he was going to take us with them on the bike, but I guess maybe not tonight. T-Dog is in here. There. Good evening, Bella. I hope everything's going well with you, and I hope everything's going well with Mike Miller too. Probably miss all the sodas and glass bottles and real sugar. Okay, so maybe I am just too young for to have a real flavor for it, and that's why my tea tastes so good because I put real sugar in it. I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm at 1 cup, 1 1/4 cups to the gallon. I know she's putting in extra. There's it. I know she is. She did the same thing to our dogs. She fattens them up so they don't live too long. Even the can tastes better than plastic. Oh, what did miss anything? Oh, he didn't miss the bottles. Yeah, I wanted to cover that Grendel's garage. That's for sure. Come on, that was pretty. That was a pretty good few episodes there. And also, I wanted to cover Trent's video on his. Dude, guys, he had a video go viral on us, and I don't know if he's still in the chat right now, but maybe he'll pop up here. But that damn fucking video went viral as far as a motorized bicycle video gets so much traction. It isn't a lot, not many of them ever, and that one was for a little motorized bike video. See that I was very impressed with that. Meant to give him a big pat on the back for that. That's all I'm saying. And I had fun watching him and his friends hanging out. I do. I ain't gonna lie. I really do get off on the excitement of the people. Lucky Two Strokes. I don't know if y'all have caught this kid. And I try not to mention kids and all. I've seen him smoking a cigarella though, so maybe he's not a kid. And yeah, man, I freaking love his excitement, man. He's revving it, and you can just feel it. He's like, man, this is it. And who else was there? There was oh no, he's killing us, guys. He's killing us. Oh, that is one of the ones. Somebody please answer his question. I'm glad you had a good walk, Bella. That's always good. I love taking long walks when I had the dogs there. I walked them every day. I'm not saying you should get a dog, but I did enjoy taking walks. Made me feel like, I own the area that I lived in. It's like, all right, Jared, the short video has posted. I'm on it, Willard. Come on now. Dang, give everybody a chance to get in the room. I was 38 minutes in. Okay, well, I guess all the people are here. Hey, Redneck Waits, have you posted anything on the bike? So the answer to the white wire, dude, is nobody has ever been able to get anything meaningful power-wise from that white wire, because just as soon as you get the meaningful power from it, it will kill your engine. Not kill, but it'll just turn it off. It drains too much of the juice for spark to continue. Now, why did the Chinese put that wire on there? Tell me why the Chinese put it on there, dude. There is some Chinese secret, dude. Only the Chinese know. They win at everything. And they probably got a device over there that every fucking Chinese person gets. Is probably free to the public, and it makes the fucking white wire work. We don't, and they don't ship it out. They don't give it out to anybody. It's like an ancient Chinese secret, dude. They don't tell anyone. The Great Wall of China. It's probably just where they manufacture them. I'm not exactly sure, but I know I tried, and it does. What about the old 6-volt bulbs? Maybe if you have a little stack of 6-volt bulbs, but as soon as you get it up, revved up good, it's and it's going really good, it'll burn up that little fucking 6-volt bulb. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so even if you use that smallest bulb that it's allowed, Not allowed, but that I can get my fingers on. I was using a 6-volt bulb from one of those 6-volt, lantern lights. See, Willard's got it. That wire is to drive you crazy. The white wire was to drive you crazy. Most of us use battery lights for that reason. LED bulb and voltage regulator. You must be speaking in an advanced language I do not understand. Yeah, what's going on, Mike Miller, brother? Hey, Mike Miller's having a good time still, TNS. That's a fact. That man has not let nothing get in his way, dude. He has been the damn leader of the damn hobby in many ways of his friendliness, his outgoingness. He's always willing to say a great comment on somebody's video. He actually does care whether your little motor runs again or not. He's had experiences with multiple sellers, purchasers, buyers, and whatnots. He may have the last living Phantom version 2 known to man. Unless there's some new old stock in a crate behind a box in a container ship on the docks in Washington State or something. Willard says, if you cut the white wire off, it doesn't exist. That's what I did, Willard. I nipped it in the bud. Oh, Mossy's on the way to the store, probably. Good evening, Mossy.
Good evening.
Are we on the store or are we back already?
I'm not on the way to the store. I'm actually just getting out of the shower.
Oh, yeah, because I was about to say, dude, you look too wet, man. You need to sit down and cool off. Son of a bitch, dude, how hot is it?
No, I just got out of the shower and put on my work clothes for tomorrow. But like the white wire, everyone wants to know about the white wire.
Yes, sir. Let's hear from White Wire. Let's hear it. I love White Wire talk.
The thing of the white wire is it's like a gimmick or whatever. Who knows who put that on there and why they did it. It has no purpose to be there other than you can put the white wire and the blue wire together and it might give you a little more continuity having two wires to the positive side, you know. It could
I never thought about adding it to the other wire.
It could be for a kill switch or who knows. But this is the problem with the 12 volt or whatever China magneto. It's 12 volts AC. It's not 12 volts DC. So
is what it's putting out? Is putting out AC volt?
It's putting out 12 volts AC and probably like a fraction of a milliamp of like nothing there.
What's her? Not what's her, but Celicia
said
that
it's not like a car alternator where it's got 12 volts AC that converts it over, and you have like a 600 amp or 700 amp battery that you turn your lights on.
So it's not giving any DC power out of it, huh?
It wouldn't have any DC power because it's a magneto.
Right. You need to turn it.
So basically, you would have to clip half of that AC, half of that 12 volt AC, and then clip half of it to get 12 volt DC, and there would be nothing there for like 12 volt, like because like a rectifier, like an alternator.
That's what she had put on there. But you're right. So first you need No, she didn't say rectifier. She used the other one. But yes, you need the rectifier first.
But basically, you're starting out with like like a fraction of nothing, 12 volt AC, and then you're gonna have to put a rectifier in it to make it DC, and that's gonna probably take half of whatever half of
Dude, that's
nothing
going to
is.
take something. There's going to be some load just from that little box.
Every little transaction or transformation you make is
Cost
going to take
something.
something out of it. And
Yes,
so
sir.
it's like nothing, and then you're taking half of from nothing. It's like a fraction of nothing, fraction of that, and a fraction of that, and then no. Be lucky it even fires the spark plug. My trick is to go in with, I'm going to get like 18 gauge wire and rewire everything with like a stranded copper wire that's made to transmit electricity and not like a steel, whatever, China, like what is it, like 60 gauge or something? It's like a, no.
I think I've seen that Kevin wound his own. I wonder why he didn't wind it enough for power. Is that something you think you can do?
I'm
You can
talking.
wind
I'm
it enough
talking
for power?
about. I'm talking about from the magneto to where the white wire and the black wire are soldered on.
Yeah.
I'm saying bump that up to like a reasonable amount of like 18 gauge, maybe 20 gauge, something that's made to transmit electricity and not something that whatever China has. And also the
On
spark plug
everybody
wire.
else's motor, they'll put the charge coil just behind the flywheel, so it's working
Right,
on
but
the
they're gonna,
inside of the magnet.
no matter what they run, they're gonna run that Chinese wire that came from China. And they're
Yeah.
not going to run a copper wire, so they're going to be limited by whatever that wire. And they're not going to, and whatever they do, they're not going to run a spark plug wire that's like a suppression wire. They're going to run like a solid steel core, 1920s technology
I
China
will say
spark
my
plug
little
wire.
Vespa, dude, 50cc two-stroke, it's light work, dude. It when while it was running, that little light came right on. As soon as you kick started it up, it was fucking little light was on.
Because it probably had more than what the China dolls got,
That's
regardless
all.
of the
That's
city.
all I'm trying to say. I mean, and we're talking about a much bigger motor at these points, and yeah, surely they fucking things can keep a goddamn light on.
I'm talking about like a Vespa or even a dirt bike is going to have a lot larger magneto so they can rob power off it, or maybe even have two, where it's got one for the spark and it's got another set of magneto that's separate for the light. Most of them have a separate for the light. And they have those for the China doll, but they're also crap. It's like there's nothing, you're not going to get 150 amp General Motors alternator fucking power out of it, no matter what you do, unless it's all you do, because it's like, say like a regular alternator on a car might draw maybe 2 horsepower at full load, and you've got a motorized bike that's only got 6 horsepower, so 3/4 of your power is going to go towards the light, in theory, if you want real lights. Or you get the USB rechargeable. You get this right here. You get you one of these, and then you just run wires all around your frame, paralleling so you got all your turn signals on your handlebars, and then just run a USB cable off your thing, and then just put this under your seat. I got another one too. This one's like,
Well, that's the
this
best
one,
idea
this
right there. That was
one,
a nice one you had just in that anchor one you had that's a nice model.
yeah, that's the Anchor one,
Yeah,
and
that's a
this
good
one's a
brand right
little. This is a little bigger, but this one's waterproof.
there. Well, waterproof fucking makes that's the difference.
And I could do
I don't
that
think
one
that
with a
anchor's
waterproof
waterproof.
one. That's like whatever, ready to rock and roll. I could put that on something, like under a seat, on a rack, in a bag, and wherever. You can get these USB cables that are like 20 feet long if you want. And then I get my USB stuff like on a battery, ready to go. Yeah, I can recharge my USB lights and shit off of this, and they're always full. And I could go forever on that. Or I could put a light show, USB underglow, USB fucking.
No,
Um,
actually, I'm
I
not
can
gonna lie. On my bike, I run the cordless drill battery. The
get it
20
flat
volt.
and run, and this is USB. I can get it flat, and now I'm like, oh shit, what do I do? And that's USB,
What? It's an
and
electric.
that's tiny. It's got a light. So it's like I could USB everything. And
Have you used that electric pump yet?
this is a USB, a fucking
Turn it on. I
rechargeable.
want to fucking hear it. You've charged it up now.
Yeah, well, it stays charged for like a year.
Play the damn thing. Hit play on that thing, bitch. It's canceling it. Is it running?
It'll go to like 150, and it's got different settings for whatever. And it takes a special plug. It takes a 2.0 plug. Where is it? Like this goes in the back of it. Where is it? This goes in the back. Where am I? And then this is like the plug. And this has to be a 2.1 or bigger. And so I got it in like a 2.1. And I marked it for my air pump because it won't use it off a 1.0. It has to be like a 2.1, a 2.4, like for a
Good night,
PC.
that you popped in here. I really enjoyed watching your ride video.
I mean, I'm just doing bicycle stuff to make my life easier. And the motorized thing is, something else I do, but I'm always on a bike.
Yeah, well, I like the damn pump. I ain't gonna lie. That was one thing that Eric Tennant had me on. He had that electric pump. Even though I didn't have a flat, I still wanted that damn pump.
Well, I put a link to that in my community post. It's called an Air.
It wasn't cheap
like
though. They're all like $50 or more.
It was like $40. I think they're $40. They're still selling on Amazon.
It's still pretty pricey.
But it's called an Air X Wills, like tire TYRE inflator on Amazon. It comes with a whole bunch of different attachments. What I like, it's got the metal clip on it. It's not cheap in any way, and it's crazy fucking convenient. I've had that for about 4 years now, and it hasn't let me down at all. What I like about it is I can set the pressure to whatever I want. And so I have it set to like just under 60. And so when it gets to like 58.9, I can it'll shut off, and then I'll just pop it, and I'll lose a little bit, but it'll shut off when I want it to. So I don't have to be pumping it and then fucking looking back and forth. I can just turn it on and forget about it. It stops, pop it off, put it on the next one.
I didn't know it had a preset. That's pretty cool. It's got the preset.
Yeah. So I could walk away from it, and
I'll admit that I was treating the slime incorrectly, expecting it to do its job without an air pump. But I can tell people now, if y'all trust me, use your air pump on the slime tire. It went flat. It went up there. It caught. Motherfucker caught that time there. It ain't going flat again. You can ride this thing until it gets another flat. But it will go flat on you 2 or 3 times in a row. So you just need to pump it up again. Just pump it up again. Spin it some more.
Keep it moving. Keep pressure on
keep that fluid moving. Keep the pressure. Thank you. Keep the pressure up on it, and boom. Next thing you know, that damn thing will glue itself shut. If it's got enough time in it, it will seal.
It's got some kind of like cotton batting or some kind of stuff.
It does have a filler. Thank you. That little filler needs to
keep that filler, and you're going to keep that filler in the hole. So as you're riding it, the wheel's going to want to work it, and so you're going to lose a little bit. Like I'll lose a little bit just in like riding my bike really hard.
And don't forget that fucking slime shit is drying out on you too. It is not lasting forever. That inner tube is not watertight in some way.
Well, the thing is, the inner tube, the stem, this valve, the whatever, you never know. But once you have it compromised, you're just trying to stuff a dam with like hold the water back or the air back until you can get to where you got to go and put a patch on it. And that's why I don't like the slime, because if I blow a tube, I got to put a patch on that. I'm not going to trust that the slime is going to harden and be a permanent fix. And so having to clean the slime off a patch tube and everything else. It's like basically once the slime's in there, it's trash. You're not going to be able to clean it to patch it. It's like, I'm done.
Did you, Bossy, did you catch the video? Now that we got enough people in the room, did you catch the video from Grindel's garage?
No,
where
I
he
didn't.
opened a small Avenger, and it's full of fucking giant ass metal chips.
From the factory or whatever, out of the box?
Yes, there's $365 of a big old pile of it.
So he got a new motor and it had all that stuff in it from the factory?
Dude, I'm saying chunks of metal.
Right. Well, that's usually how it goes.
Fucking chunks, dude. That fucking thing
I would expect it to have that in it.
Chunks big enough, more bigger than you think you can see. No, I mean chunks like you can lay on your finger and show.
Did it come from the motor being damaged, or did it come from the manufacturing process and just being dirty?
I don't know. He follows up in his very last video that Smolik has made it up to him after watching his review video. And
Smolik sent him a motor that had a bunch of trash in it, and he assumed
yes, sir. This was a brand new open box.
Okay, but the thing is, don't assume that Smolik's going to be checking all that. He's, assume that this isn't going to be like a $25,000 engine that's been conquerous. This isn't. You're not buying like a Mercedes.
Roll the video.
Okay? So if it's coming with junk in it and you run it with junk in it and didn't check, that's on you. That ain't on Smolik. Don't expect Smolik or anyone else to go through every last little engine and make it perfect and all that, because it wouldn't be affordable. It sucks, but unless this is your first motor you've ever gotten and you've never heard of it. And
this is the rest of the can she was pulling out of the cabinet. That exact can right there. Nelly's chili dropped out of this cabinet down to here, under her knuckle, under her finger, and broke it. All right, here's the broken finger. I can't show you.
Yes, he said play the damn video. I had this one queued up in line. I don't have the other one queued up.
That exact can right there.
Willard asked for me to queue this up.
Dropped out of this cabinet down to here, under her knuckle, under her finger, and broke it. All right, here's the broken finger. I can't show you what's on.
Well, let's all hope that Mike Miller's finger's better and that
that exact can right there.
They keep these fucking cans.
Dropped out of this cabinet down to here, under her knuckle, under her finger, and broke it.
Yeah.
All right, here's the broken finger.
All right.
Basically, if you buy a CNC engine from Smolik or RDM, and you don't clean out the inside because they're machining stuff and all that, and you expect it to be like race ready out of the box. There's been people that have burned up their bearings and burned up their cranks because
they didn't. Totally, dude. That was, if he not had made that video, he would have had to claim that this engine was defective when you sent it to me, and that motherfucker was the whole thing. The whole thing. Yeah, man. I read it from home. And it didn't even last a whole hour.
If you got it doesn't matter if you got machine slag in your motor and you get it from a store or from anybody and you don't clean that out, it ain't on the guy that sold it to you.
It is, dude. You paid extra for the performance version.
Okay, but did he pay extra for small?
Extra, yes, sir. $365.
You're missing my point.
Yeah.
I don't care if the guy spent $1 million on all the money in the world on it. Did he pay for the specific service to have that engine cleaned?
No, he didn't.
Inside and flushed out.
He didn't. It didn't say anything about that.
Is this guy brand new to motorized bicycle engines? His first engine he's ever bought and never heard of that?
Well, you know what, sir? Thank goodness he wasn't. That he was doing the tear down first. Right.
So why would he tear it down and bitch if he's tearing it down and he finds shit in there? That's what you're supposed to do. That's par for the course. That's China Motors.
No. I'm agree with my own feeling that, but I didn't do it. It's not my purchase. I have no room to speak on it. But I am speaking on it.
Machine you found.
God damn it, Dave. You're right.
I look at it like this. If there's a handful of filings in that block when I get it, it's because that's the way they are. That's the machining process. That's like whatever. It's not up to them to do that final step. I'm buying a performance package. You don't even want to get into a performance package unless you're going through the whole thing and double checking all that. You want to check everything.
Well, that's what he was doing.
That's what he found.
Wait a second. Wait a second. No,
So did he
sir.
blow with
Wait,
his motor?
no. Back her down. I got more. We've got the cylinder off now. We've freaking forced the cylinder off them studs because them studs were all fucking twisted up again, just like every other freaking one. So we had to
Right.
snatch the damn jug off. If we
Nothing
get the
on
jug
it.
off and we're looking at it, and the intake port, dude, has this massive chip taken out of the outside edge of it, or the inside the cylinder edge of it, and it's a chunk, dude. It's a chunk.
Okay. Well, then the chunk is something that he can talk about and
Oh.
get money for and all of that.
Oh, it was gonna
Because
run like
I
shit.
have a Smolik. I just happen to have a Smolik Menace cylinder that was a used cylinder that had been run before I got it. That had
I
ring
think this
snags,
is direct
missing
from China.
chunks.
I believe what
But I
he's
got
going out now is direct
I
from
have
China.
I have a Phantom cylinder that came from Smolik Performance that had been worked over and a whole bunch of shit to it, and it looks like crap. It's missing chips and chunks and all that. It's a $50 cylinder. I got 4 of them. 3 of them are good, and 1 of them is like a fucking something that he got from like bicycle engines, like dumpster that's been a return. So I know what they are. I know what that is. And so he could call up and say, yeah, take pictures of it and say, yeah, send me another cylinder. Because the thing is, Smolik is going to send out whatever he sends out and all this. This is not going to be inspected to like you're thinking. And so if you pick up on something, he'll send you money back. He'll send you another one. You might end up keeping
What's
it.
going on, everyone?
But if you're just out to bitch and look for every little thing. So Smolik, he showed it to Smolik, and Smolik said, fuck you, I'm not paying for it. I'm not giving you another one. Well, then that's where you get upset. If it's everything is upsetting, shit, that must be a hell of a life. If everything's a fucking, is a big upset and the rug's pulled out underneath you every 5 minutes. Because in motorized bikes, you can never know what to expect with them. But at the end of the day, is he getting a new one? Did he blow something up?
Thanks for the honest review and feedback. This is a new endeavor for us dealing with China at this capacity. So we have a lot of kinks to work out. We're always looking at how we can improve.
It's just a matter of coming up with a system. Like a lot of it, I'm just buying the cranks. I'm just buying the bottom ends. I'm buying just the cases, halves and stuff, and the parts so that it hasn't already been buggered.
Here's Raul says, I already have that motor.
I got two bottom ends right now that I can think of that came from bicycleengines.com that are all fucked up, and I got extra cases for them and stuff. And they sent me extra cylinders. They sent me extra stuff. I didn't have to send anything back. So I got probably at least one. I got at least a free motor and free everything because they try to send you. They'll send you shit. You know, they're hoping that you don't know any better and no, you know, they'll deal with it on the return side. But that's the thing. You know, you don't want to have to go through this every time you get a motorized bike and assume that it's going to be a Honda, it's a whatever. Buy a Honda. Don't buy a motorized bicycle engine if it's going to be a big nightmare and you're promised it and you got a guy waiting and all this because they're not reliable. It's the whole point of it is it's cheap. If it was an Athena cylinder and I paid $250 for it, sure, I'd expect a little higher quality than a $40 cylinder. for a $20 cylinder.
Where's that chip at? We find it at the end here, somewhere close to the end.
It's like if I found an old car that's been sitting in the barn for 40 years, I'm not going to be all upset that it don't run and drive and start right up after sitting all that time. I would assume that it's going to have problems. And that's why I'm not buying it for, 75 grand. I'm getting it for 7,500 or 750.
And have my gas and oil mixture, and I will go ahead.
Eduardo Espinosa! Hot damn, where's my man?
I got connecting rods that have cracks in them. I got all kinds of manufacturing flaws and shit. And that phantom cylinder, the version 1 is a decent cylinder. It's just you can't run the phantom piston in it. I don't even want to get started with the Avenger piston that's got the ring pin clocked towards the intake, center of the intake. Some of this stuff is like the first time I've ever seen this in like 100 years of two-stroke.
Here, let me just put the one part up here where the money shot.
I look at a phantom piston, phantom cylinder. I compare it to like a still piston, still cylinder, and they're interchangeable. So go with the better quality one. I think they're only like $20 for a piston. The piston will probably outlast like 6 jugs or whatever. But I got the same unboxing. If he's got the Menace.
He's got the Menace, the performance model from Smolik Performance. Comes with the the MX65 pipe, a carburetor intake, and what else? Something else. The head. No, you're about to see right here. You'll see what he got.
I got that kit. I got that same kit from Smolik.
With the trash.
I got 4 cylinders, and one of them was trashed before I even got it. And he still cut the top off it, and he still tried to fix it and pass it off. And I didn't say nothing. I'm just going to keep it and run it with a bunch of junk, with a cracked rod and a bunch of whatever, Avenger piston. I mean, you got to think it's luck of the draw.
Hey, Mossy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Isn't Smolik though? I mean, when you're paying that kind of money for
this,
for that kind of engine, shouldn't you expect a little more, at least a warning?
You would think, but this is the thing. You can buy the Phantom cylinder for like $70, and you can buy the Menace chopped cylinder that he's put work into for like $50. So his cylinder is cheap, $20 cheaper, and he does offer service where you can go and get a new cylinder. So he's basically, in order for him to do it for the price he's doing it, he has to be getting used stuff and all that. So it's luck of the draw. I got one
rich. Dave's
4 was bad. So if this guy got a bad one, 1 in 4 is bad according to my. I only bought 4.
Have you dealt with hybrid, Mossy?
Yeah, I've dealt with hybrid. I don't have his engine though. I have his cylinder, I think.
Yeah, they clean their cases.
Right, well they say they do, but Smolik doesn't.
No, that's true. Yeah. But I think that's pretty cool. That's why I always recommend hybrid.
But even if hybrid says they clean their case, I'm not going to trust that the one that I got is as clean as I can make it. It's great that they do. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
It's just, it's nice.
I mean, I'm pulling the pins, I'm pulling the bearings and replacing the bearings and stuff. I mean, there's no way you can act unless you're taking the complete bottom end apart. There's no way you're going to be able to get all the slag out of your connecting rod big end bearing or out of the bearings themselves if you're just rinsing it out.
That's why they call me caveman mechanic, because I don't pull the bottom ends. I agree with you, but I can get another one for $90, and I like the idea of balancing, but I'm working on a pretty good budget. I don't spend much.
The deeper you go in and take it apart, the more you can clean it.
Oh, I agree. And balancing your crank is a good idea and all that.
I've always split them in half, no matter every time. Since the very first one I ever got, I used their special little tool. I had to take it completely apart to start with. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, I don't blame. I haven't had any problems though. All my bikes are running great. So
yeah, I just did it as it's in the box.
Yeah, it is the luck of the draw, though, I admit, and you can't get it totally cleaned out. But for $90, I can get basically a triple 40 off eBay. So
90 seems to be the real. I was looking earlier. Yeah, it seems to be the going, but I couldn't find
like a triple 40
Avenger for under 2. I thought there was somewhere for 160. I don't remember where OP1 said they were 160 at.
You can get the engine only for like 175 for an Avenger.
Oh, I can't remember where I got it, but I got a bunch of those like Zeta triple 40 crankshafts and like the AF80 bottom ends from somewhere. I think it might have been CDH Power. But it said Zeta 80 right on the crank, and it was a 40 long rod. And so I'm just buying I buy a lot of the pieces. I have a couple of engines that I got, but most of it's just the pieces and spares and shit.
I'm assuming I got a Zeta 80 crank in my Zeta 66, but whatever.
You might have an AF40 or AF80 or something different.
Hey, on the subject, I got a couple more questions for you. I bought a PK80 from California Motor Bikes when went through it pretty good. But are those what's the name of their hardware? Their crank and rod. It's called
the Wildcat or whatever.
Wildcat. Yeah, Runwell. Are those truly it feels about like my Zeta. Are they really balanced or aligned any?
They're probably about the same difference. They got the 4 holes. It's probably like a I don't know, like 30% balance factor. It's better balanced. It's not completely balanced, but it's a short rod 40. And so the PK80 is a 40 stroke short rod, and also the Falcon 911 was a 40 short rod. And so those are the short rods. And so what you do is you take what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that Wildcat, because he was selling those ported cylinders. And so I'm going to take that Wildcat cylinder and put like a 2.5 millimeter spacer underneath it and run it on like a 40 long rod with a high hole. So you can make a stroker out of that, a torquey stroker by mixing and matching the PK80 Wildcat cylinders and the bottom end. But yeah, just by itself, it's a good little motor. It's been ported. Yeah. It's been, cleaned up, whatever. Runs
so
good.
Theoretically, my PK80 being a short stroke should probably turn a little higher on the stock RPMs, assuming jetting and everything else is the same. No, assuming porting.
It's not a short stroke. It's a 40 stroke. It's just a short rod.
Oh, so I'm sorry, short rod. So other than rotating mass, what's the advantage?
The advantage is the short rod will turn a higher RPM.
Okay.
Slightly.
It puts more load on the cylinders though, right? Because it has more of an angle.
Right.
Wife's looking for the lighter.
Short rod's a little shorter, and so the piston, it's going to have a little more speed, but nothing noticeable. But where a long rod is going to make more power because it's going to actually have more CCs.
Yeah, I saw a write-up on that from Zeta talking about that, the theory of efficiency in the longer rod.
Right. Zeta makes more power, but the PK80 turns up faster, slightly. But the triple 40 will walk away from the PK80 after like about 30 miles an hour anyway.
Oh. Hey, Jared.
Might have a little more grunt coming off the, you might not have to pedal so hard to start going or whatever.
Thank you. Good information.
I've
Sorry,
had,
Jared, when you were asking me if I was spinning my drive wheel going up that damn hill,
Yes, sir.
I wasn't. I remember now. It was low RPM, but a good point though. It is easy to slip the roller like if you're not careful.
I was just curious when you said that.
Yeah, because I was really surprised. I thought no problem, but it was hurting.
It was hurting.
when I lived down in South Florida, I had the Groovy GT5, which is like a 38 millimeter. It's a short stroke, long rod. And then there was a guy that had the 40, and there was a guy that had the PK80. And so the PK80, he was lagging behind me, and I was lagging behind the 40. And so the Groovy was in
quite a
between the
comparison.
two. And we were all basically the same. Actually, the guy with the PK80 was lighter, but so the PK80 was like the slower of the three. Groovy was in between, and the Zeta 40 was the one that was walking away from both of us.
Hey, Jared, I had to do a patch today.
Yes, sir. What kind?
A hernia patch.
Yeah.
I had a hernia operation
Yeah, the
today.
mesh, they call
Yeah,
it.
mesh.
Good. Oh my goodness! What are you doing on here?
Lifting bikes.
Laid up, or in recovery or something?
Oh, I'm in recovery, all right.
He's on opioids for a few days.
Oh goodness, man! Goodness. Oh.
You think
Yeah,
they put any slime
I'd like
in?
to tell you that it hasn't happened to me, but I haven't had to have anything done. But I've had it.
It's lifting those 4-strokes. You think they threw any slime in there while they were there?
I was trying to stop a boat from going self-launching. So I was going to try to hold the trailer with my bare hands and keep the boat from launching itself. And I should have just let go. I should have let go. I have no doubt about it. I should have let go. And I didn't even notice that day. But there was something happened. It became very noticeable. Visibly.
I went water skiing with these really wealthy people that they had a helicopter company.
Yeah.
And they had one of those old wood boats from the 40s, 50s,
I know what you're talking about. Chris
really nice. Really nice. We're at a yacht club. We're at a private yacht club, and they're like, Tim, you want to go skiing? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Can you launch from the dock? Oh, yeah. I've skied like 3 times in my life. I didn't let go of the rope. It just ripped me off the dock, and I went underwater and snapped the tow rope and couldn't walk for like a day, man. That water, I went through it like a fishing lure.
Oh, God. That's so
yeah, I'm
great.
not much for water skiing, but my neighbor did have one of those Chris-Craft, those wooden Chris-Craft boats with a V8 in it. And we went out to see. We went out to see like the John F. Kennedy when it was in Portland Harbor, and that was in the like late '80s or something. Like maybe
Portland, Maine.
Portland, Maine. Yeah, we had the K come in the harbor,
but I've never.
It was like a mile out in the water, but we went around it and checked it out. And we used to go out like the 4th of July. We'd go out on that Chris-Craft and.
Yeah, Portland's a cool place.
Yeah, I used to work for a bunch of different places in Portland over the years in the city.
What were you saying, Jared? You never tried skiing?
I can ski, yes.
Oh, do you do slalom or slalom?
I can't get the other ski off. I had a set of skis that you could, but I could never get the other ski off.
Were you a skateboarder?
I did some skateboarding. We're talking about the handle. I did it with a skateboard, and I wouldn't let go. And the skateboard developed speed wobbles, holding on to the motorcycle, and eventually I did let go, and it was gnarly.
You mentioned that in a comment recently. I read that recently, or you said that last podcast. I
said it in one of those live nuts a few back. That was why didn't you just let go of the handle? I don't know. I don't know.
Let go too late. Like I've had that happen before. Let go too late.
It happened pretty quick.
Like a minute.
Face plant, a freaking road rash from head to toe. It was just a bad idea. And that motherfucker just kept going faster too. They just drove off, dude. They left me fucking spinning on the ground. It was my older brother and his friend on a Honda 500 or some shit. You know, they were fucking getting the fuck out of there. They thought I was fucking dead weight, dude. They cut that shit off.
Hey, we never got Tan Boy's burnout, did we?
What they was doing.
Stop it. Don't go there. That poor guy, dude. Oh, the chainsaw.
He didn't have to walk that far, though. Thank goodness. Or he rode, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he had to push it back. He pushed it back.
He didn't pedal?
He ran out of gas in his driveway or so, just down the street, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's right at the end of the street there, thankfully.
What's
I thought he was
easier?
a mile away.
Hey, Jared,
If
what's easier?
He had like another pint in there. He probably would have got far enough to push it.
Oh,
where it was
yeah.
standing.
Well, he would have been further from home.
He's probably like he got home from the last ride and had a few, just enough to get
Hey,
it
guys.
going.
So if you break down, right, and you got a friction drive like Jared and I built, and you got a 66, you know, with a chain and everything, which would you walk them both, or would you try and ride one of them home? You know, pedaling.
Pedaling? Man, you're better off pedaling the two-stroke. That's what I'm saying. That thing's a beast. The four-stroke weighs like 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah, but with the two and a half inch roller,
and get someone with a pickup truck to come get you.
yeah, no, I always carry a phone. I don't plan on going too far. But Jared, you know, with that 2.5 inch roller,
Yeah.
it isn't that hard to pedal. I think it's actually easier than the chain.
Oh no, I lift up. I have a hook right from my seat to that metal bar, and I just lift it up and hook the hook in there. So now it is freewheeling again. It's totally back to bicycle. Try to use that to bomb some of those hills out west. Dude, I instantly fucking took that hook off and put that damn motor back down on the wheel. There's no way I was going down those hills like no.
I got you beat. I kill switch it too.
I'm going down the Rocky Mountains. I need brakes, man. I need some positive braking.
Kill switch.
Kills, you know what I mean? I need braking.
I think I had to carry a two-stroke with like the rear tire off the ground for like 10 miles once.
Oh, it's not as bad. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That's only like a 30 to
So
40.
I'm holding up the seat. I'm lifting up the seat and I'm just carrying it along like, okay, here we go. And I'd stop and I'd wait and then, you know, my arm would fall off and I'd try to do the left arm. And then I'm doing the right
Monty,
arm.
was that pre-cell phone? Or did you try one of these?
Mike Miller, I
No,
know
it's
it.
like, I did that one time. I had someone stop and say, hey, I'll get you a ride. And I threw my motorized bike in the back of their car or whatever, van. And I got it back to like, I didn't get it back all the way to my place. I didn't want them to know where I was because it like soaked the whole inside of their car in gas.
Hey, I got a good one. My screen, the mesh screen in my original gas tank, it must have been rusty to begin with. I've cleaned it and everything, but still every now and again it'll get plugged. So I just blow backwards through the line and finish my truck, you know, getting home. But I did that one day and I'm blowing on the fuel line and this hot chick in a really like a Beamer or something said, "Do you need a hand?"
Right. Well,
I'm blowing in my gas tank.
Yeah. I've seen these people on these videos where they say you can't park there. Guys turned over in his truck and all kind of crazy stuff going on. Hey, you can't park there. 5 cops parked around him.
I
There
mean,
was a guy that broke down here in town, and they blew his rear window right out of his truck with those pepper rounds out of a shotgun. He wouldn't get out of his truck. They surrounded him and just blew the back window right out. That got him out.
But I've definitely ruined people's vehicles with gasoline and oil and grease and everything because they thought they were helping somebody out with a bike.
Like Jared with the lady that got him after his fender incident.
After the fender.
Remember when you crashed and the lady picked you up and you got her car bloody?
I might have got a little blood in their car. Yeah. It was a fender. You were totally right. It was a fender. Was it a fender? Absolutely, dude. I went over the fucking handlebars. I had the classic front fender thing that I would recommend everybody. You know, it needs more than a little reinforcement.
I tell that to everybody on Reddit, and they usually go, "I'll look into it."
Yeah, well, I'm
Like,
telling you, man, you need to
you'll look into it, all right?
There
I had a
is
guy
plastic sets you can purchase,
um,
nice enduro plastic sets that will go on there, and they are breakaway. And if they get stuck, they will just end up on the ground. That's the only place they'll end up was on the ground.
I had a 66 Ford Fairlane, and I threw like a connecting rod down through the oil pan, and I'm on the side of the road, and I'm basically standing in a puddle of oil, like it's like all the oils, and I'm standing in oil, and this guy comes by, and I don't know, like a BMW or Mercedes, like a $70,000 or $80,000 car. Hey, you need a ride? I'll help you out, and all this. And so I get in there, and I probably did $2,000 damage to his fucking upholstery and everything off my muddy, oily boots and greasy, whatever, screwdriver in my pocket, fucking poking his seat and shit. and I think I paid like $1,200 for the car. So, it's like.
I got one for just for we may have borrowed somebody's mama's Trans Am, dude. Oh my god, this thing was right out of freaking Smokey and the Bandit. And
Right, we had a kid in school.
Was the kid's name.
Whatever, one of them Camaros.
What'd you do to it, Jared?
And we were out in Ocala, and we went out drinking, and we're at the house there, and he's trying to get rid of the car because he's going to tell his mom how the car got stolen because we've already been slightly contacted. And he drives off in the car, and we don't know what happened. Kid comes back, dude. Okay, and we make it home. It's him and his brother together, but he's the one who dude. So he's wrecked it into a goddamn muddy ditch, and we go out there to help him get it out, and it's not enough of us, dude. And some guy stops, dude, in this freaking Jaguar, and he's a jockey, a horse jockey, and he gives us a hand, and he's standing behind that Camaro Trans Am when they goose it to get it out of the mud, out of the ditch, and man, he's covered, dude. I mean, when I say covered, he's a jockey, mind you, dude. I'm telling you, it was 2 or 3 inches thick all over him. It was the worst you've ever seen it. It was unfixable. There was he needed to strip down right there to naked, dude. It's the only way,
if he turned sideways, it would have gone right by him.
Maybe he was behind the tire, and it got him.
I had a neighbor that was stuck in the driveway.
He pulled over to hell.
He needed a tug, and he had like one of those Jettas, and he was a short little guy, and he had the Jetta, and it was like mired in his driveway. And so I went in there with a Dodge Ram Charger and lined it right up, and he's standing there, and I look at my rear view, and it's just mud just coming off the tires, and he's on his back, and I got his car out to the road, and there's like grass and stuff all over his car and sod, and yeah, they're not used to that. And the guy finally got picked up, and he's mud in his glasses and everything, and yeah, pulling out the
Williams in the house. William.
Hey, what makes the Menace a menace again? It's a YD 100 bottom end, right? With a Phantom cylinder.
It should be a Phantom or an Avenger bottom end because it's got a 12 wrist pin.
Okay, some of the YDs had that, I think, right?
Some of them did, but it would have to be like a rare one by accident that got it.
Okay, so you've got that lower end. What cylinder and what makes it a Menace versus an Avenger or a,
the only thing that Menace is he's cut the top off the Phantom to make it like a 2-piece head, so you can put an LD90 head or his head.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
So the LD90 is a 50 millimeter bolt pattern, and so the Avenger and the Phantom are also 50 millimeter bolt pattern. The spacing.
Well, with that head, you can probably get the cooling on the Phantom down. That's got to really help.
Right. It doesn't have the cooling fins on the side, but that does make a big difference. And
it's got the nickel sill plating, right?
I don't know. I think it's that ceramic inside
on
the Phantoms.
cylinder.
Yeah, I think they're all Nicosil or some kind of ceramic. I don't think they're doing that chrome plating anymore. I haven't seen it like a while. I haven't seen one of those. It's usually that ceramic stuff. It's like
But
that was like
that's on the Phantoms only.
No, like the Phantom, the Avenger, some of that G4, G5 stuff. Other than the steel sleeve, I haven't seen a chrome cylinder come through in a while.
Really? Oh, I had no idea. How can you tell the difference?
The closed transfers that weren't the open transfers, like 10 or
Yeah.
15 years ago. But it's still
All mine are open transfers. All right, isn't it standard G4 an open transfer?
right. And a lot of those aren't chrome. They're like Nicosil or fake Nicosil or some kind of thing.
Great.
It's better.
Does everybody sell the minutes, or is that just a smaller selling the minutes?
You're gonna need longer cylinder head studs because the heads are thicker.
You know that one?
So whatever they are, 115 millimeter or something, I think is like a 6680 cc is like 115, 114, and then
I
like
usually put my own stainless steel studs in.
Like I'm thinking like 120, 125 or something for the Avenger, without measuring it. But they're definitely gonna be taller. And so if you got yourself some of that, like the longer studs, whatever they
Yeah,
are.
I carry stainless steel rod and just make all my own studs on everything. Hey,
Right,
Jared,
well,
so when are you going to pull the trigger on the Avenger?
Well, after watching the video tonight, I am more hesitant than ever.
Well, let's talk about the ring placement. What the hell's going on with his gap in the intake stuff?
I'm just curious to know.
There was issues. Wasn't there?
You cut
Don't
those
lie.
off. I'd be curious to know like how long that actually was when you cut it, when you get it fitted up.
He claims in the comment section that it was sent with a large squish because what was it? He had something, some excuse. I can't remember the excuse. Now you caught me sideways.
Talking about this hybrid that's $200 that's supposed to come all ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, the Smolik one. He is. I don't like that. I watched the video.
Smolik has a kit, like he has a performance kit and whatever and all that. So he has 2 millimeter squish instead of like 1 millimeter or 0.7.
Is that what you were asking about, Caveman?
Well, no, I was talking. Well, let's talk about all the problems that you could have on the Avenger. But aren't people saying that the ring gap goes across the intake port or something? What are people saying? Is something, remember how the Phantom used to be not offset enough or something?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're doing. The Avenger has a single ring piston. It's very similar to like a Husqvarna piston, 52 millimeter Husqvarna style, except for they put the ring pin in the middle of the intake port. And
Seems kind of odd, but has anybody snagged one yet?
I don't think anyone snagged one, but I wouldn't want to try it because that's not a good idea. And that's
what about the crankcase seals? I hear a lot of people complaining about crank seal leakage. Is there any validity to that?
Thing that fixes the piston pin on the Phantom and the Avenger is the 460 piston puts the ring pins between the ports, between the transfer and the intake. And the 380 does it a little better. So you can actually get a wider intake if you ever wanted to with a 380 than a 460, and then the Phantom's even skinnier.
Why is the piston in the Avenger different? Why would they put it there? Why not use one of those off-the-shelf pistons or something?
Because it's China, whatever. Someone gave them a spec, or they didn't give them a
China,
spec.
that explains it.
Someone in China said, well, we don't know where to put this, so we'll put it in the middle. That's probably what happened.
Line her up. Just like when they put the pistons in backwards, right? Line her up.
This isn't Maytag, been making them for 80 years. This is someone in China saying, okay, whatever, boom. And
I've been to China. I've been to manufacturing China. I know what you're saying. They have no word for quality, dude. I was the quality manager.
Avenger is a little funky. It's not quite like, it's like, okay, like there was it wasn't quite designed right. So
Well, hey, at hybrid, the stage 2 comes with a different rod bearing too, or piston wrist pin bearing. Apparently, it's wider, I believe.
Because they make on a China bike or China motor, they make they size the wrist pin bearing to the width of the connecting rod. So that way it's like the wrist pin bearing can move around and actually fall off the rod, and the rod will actually start to wear on it and push the piston.
Obviously a bad design. The Japanese didn't bother doing that.
So here's Mike Miller. Hey, man, it just barely touches the intake port. I own one. Tell Mossy, Jared.
Just barely touches it, I don't like that. But yeah,
okay.
they're tight.
You had me under the impression that it was right down the middle. See,
yeah, me too.
Scare me away. Road Score's got a Phantom. An Avenger. I'm gonna trust Road Score.
Some of the early ones do have a different ring pin, like the Avengers and stuff I got from California Motorbikes has that ring pin clocked over to the side, but some of them are coming through straight up, depending where you're getting it from. Like the CDH Power and whatever's coming straight up. So there's a couple of different locations for that. But I'm talking about on a saw piston, the location of the piston pins are not in the same position. Some are wider and some are closer around the top of that piston. So if you're looking down at the top of that piston where those ring pins are coming out and then indexing those ring pins on your cylinder, you want them between your ports. And so the 380 is better. Depends on, maybe some of the cylinders have core shift and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but what about your wrist pin height? You probably better double check your squish there.
Well, the thing with the wrist pin and the wrist pin bearing and all of that, a wrist pin bearing is supposed to fit the piston, the width of the piston between.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about the height of the head height of the piston above the wrist pin. I saw a guy on motorized bicycle forums and he measured all those pistons and then the height from the top. So you'd have to check your squish.
Right, because the 380 is going to be taller. The MS 380 piston is going to be taller. 460 is going to be like a little bit taller, if not the same as like the Phantom. And I'm not sure about the Avenger, but yeah, a little bit, depending on who you get the piston from, if it's a Meteor piston or whatever and all that.
So what about these crank seals I keep reading about? Why would these crank seals be any different than, the YDs or LDs or whatever? I keep hearing about people complaining that the crank seals are leaking on their Avengers, but maybe it's just a couple people. I don't know.
They're probably using the China seals. They're not using like a real seal, like a 20 by 15 by whatever from like 123 bearing FMK seal.
Well, it's from China. Enough said. So.
Right. I mean, you go on and on forever and be like, well, then run the good seals, run the Vinton seals. You can buy the heavy duty seals and you can get the size and the spec and all that. I got fucking boxes of them for that. Different styles.
I haven't worn the out yet, so.
That's stuff that I do right off the bat. Like I don't need to hobble myself with a bunch of China junk to realize I'll just start off fresh with, and sometimes these are cheaper.
That's why you're Mossy and I'm Caveman Mechanic, but I'm almost doing 40 and, so good. So
what I'll end up doing is I'll end up saving myself a lot of pain in the ass, and like the good bearings and the good seals are actually cheaper because more people are buying them than the shitty ones.
If I lived near you, I'd let you rip my engine down and do it for me.
Right. You would. Huh? I would.
I want to do my motor, because I'm looking forward to that, because I never did one like that.
I might move to North Carolina and move next to Dave. Hey, Dave, can you balance this crank real quick?
Well, I gotta get a drill press and shit to do that. I'm gonna be balancing cranks.
That's why I was moving next to Dave. I wasn't moving to. Where are you? You're Albuquerque, right?
Yeah, I'm in Albuquerque. What I did was I went on one of them scooter places I can't remember which one. It was over in Europe somewhere, like Maxi Scoot or one of them scooter places, and I got a truing stand for a scooter. There's a metal truing stand for like $120.
Nice.
And so I got a truing stand. I think it's
Well, that's
bent.
why I was going to move next to Dave, see, instead of Mossy. Because I figured if Dave next door, in between working on the guns, you can pop a few holes in the crank. Or what? No, he'd really balance it, though. That's different.
There's a few ways to balance it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way, but I'm going to do it a little different. I'm going to start out with the holes being bigger, closer to the crank pin, and getting smaller as they go. So I'll start out with like a 3/8, a 7/16, a ½ inch, 9/16, 5/8, or maybe even like 3/4. And that way the holes get bigger and take more weight out closer to where the weight is. And not just all the same size holes all the way around it. And I might do it that way. I might try doing one with tungsten and just adding weight to it. But I don't know. I'll mess around with it. I got enough shit to mess around with eventually.
That's
but I gotta
for sure. If it doesn't work, you just grab another one at your place. Fuck it. Throw in the trash.
Well, the idea is I'll just go and have like a month or two. I'll just be messing with cranks, and I'll have a bunch of cranks all ready to go. Or I'll just break in engines. I'll just put like 20 miles on a motor and then put it on a shelf and then go grab another one until I get a decent amount of them, so I don't have to fuck with it and be like, yeah, just.
Well, you realize the end of the world is probably going to get here before you run all those engines, right?
Right.
No, not because you don't work on them.
Well, the thing is, I kind of anticipate once I get going, someone will ask for it. I'd be like, get one of those, and then I can just charge them for whatever it would take to replace the parts I already have on hand, plus a little extra.
Yeah, well, I mean, while you're there, port it, balance it, and send me one.
If I've already got something going, and I already know, like, okay, I got a few of these, then I can go and like make it like a business that way. And if someone
the doctor said I can't. The doctor said I can't ride for 2 weeks. What do you think?
But I'm not gonna be like Don Butler or I'm not gonna be doing that shit. I might do it for a friend or someone I might meet local or whatever, but I'm not gonna be like trying to make money on it.
Don't ride for 2 weeks.
Okay, where'd you go, Jared? We lost your camera.
I went and peed.
Okay,
Jared,
sorry, I figured. I got to do that too. Yeah. So you think I got to stick to the 2 weeks?
I would take 3 weeks and take it real easy. And
hey, you guys aren't even fun at all.
On me, when I had that hernia and it popped out on me, I thought it would never go back in. I ain't gonna lie, and but it did go back in on me. But they told me that now that it happened once, it's easy to happen again.
Yeah, right. But yours went back in.
Yeah,
it drew itself back in. Yeah.
Yeah, you got lucky. Don't pressure it. Don't stress it.
Yeah, I went that way for a good while, dude. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, maybe a few months. I made sure that. Get an Avenger,
Jared. Get an Avenger. It's lighter than the 49cc or 79cc. It's lighter, Jared. You can justify it, right?
I'm looking at it. I'm wanting to get it today, but I couldn't find exactly who to buy it from. I couldn't find that OP1 where he said to get was the damn cheapest.
I'll tell you where to get it from. I'll tell you where you get it from. Where OP1 wants you to get it from, and everyone wants you to get it from. You go on Hybrid Power Sports. You got to Google Hybrid Power Sports.
I've seen the hybrid. I've seen the
Avenger 85. Like put that all in your search bar. Avenger Power Sports. Hybrid Power Sports, Avenger 85, and then it should come up. But you're gonna get all these little used tire salesmen and shit trying to sell you every little fucking thing. So you got to go down and find it, and then when you do, pop it up on the screen, and we'll be like, yeah, that's the one. It'll be a $200 motor. He's got a 125 bottom end. He's got like a cylinder and all that, but you want to get the $200, whatever, or it's like a 225
only, I guess.
225 is the stage 2, and he sets the squish, he cleans them all, and he changes the wrist pin bearing. is my understanding. And he puts a spacer under the cylinder. He's on
Right.
Facebook. They have a
He takes a
Facebook.
little, he
Kelly,
decks it.
right? Kelly.
Whatever. Right. But you
Kelly
want
and
the
Ken. There's two of them.
Yeah, but-
Kelly and
Noah?
the other guy that works at Hybrid.
Right. But you could go on Facebook and spend a year and a half looking for them, or you could go on to like Hybrid Power Sports.
Oh no,
and
I've
look up
been.
the-
Yeah, I've emailed with him and stuff. Yeah, no, they're very responsive. Hybrid is definite.
What are you talking about?
Right. And it's like a $200 motor, and you can get the full kit for a little bit more. And then there's
No.
like
200 for the kit, 225 stage 2.
right. Or he's got like the 175 for just the regular one. But you go
Yeah,
in
just
there,
the
and you can
engine.
install the different one you want, you know. He's got like 3 different levels. You can get the bottom end and the parts, or you can get just the fucking regular one. Or he's got the
I think
know.
the stage 2 is the best value, and still clean it yourself and check your own squish. But he's already got the spacer. I think he's got an aluminum spacer now. They were double. He said they were double gasking it until they had the spacers made. But it apparently helps the. Well, it changes your porting, obviously.
Right, it's a 2 millimeter spacer, is what he
Yeah,
does.
I think so.
So from Hybrid, you're looking to get the $200 version, right? The one listed
Right.
at
It's before stage 2, 225. Last I heard. Plus shipping.
225 version.
Yeah, it's worth it though. These guys, very responsive.
Right, that's the one you want to get. I was kind of hoping you'd Google it and you could bring it up on your picture-in-picture.
Oh, I'm working on it, dude. Guys, come on.
I got it on my phone. I keep it up.
I'm not a hacker.
I mean,
It
I'm
should
a
come right
chronic
up.
stoner. I can remember this like.
I'm trying not to crash my stream. I could hit a wrong button, and I don't know what button that is.
I can afford to go. I don't know how to do any of that.
But he put it in here so I can spell it in there.
All right, I'll just do
I'm
some.
looking for the spelling about OP1. Put the damn thing up there so I could.
Oh, can't we comment a link?
But I mean, you put it out there.
Yeah,
I don't know which motor to get, and OP1 was talking about, and and we're all here. Now I want to make sure you get it. Raul and get the one. Don't get the Raul.
You're saying pull the trigger right now, aren't you? God damn you.
We need to see like a transaction that says that it's like processing or something. PayPal receipt number. Get this going.
Whoa. What?
You can go get it next week or a month. It'll be sold out. They won't even have it no more.
Hybrid power. I want to get a motorcycle too.
Well, can't have it all, I guess. But once you get on the hybrid power, then search for the Avenger in your Google search. It should help bring it up, because it might be a hybrid for some other shit. You don't want to be going through every Toyota hybrid.
I got to get rid of. I got 3 bikes. I can't get another one until I get rid of one. Otherwise, I'd have the Avenger now. But something.
Yeah, but
I need ideas. How do I get rid of bikes? Huh?
But you know what I mean?
Hybrid, electric, whatever. Get to the.
Is this electric site too?
You just narrow your search down to like Avenger 8 or 885.
Yeah, just type in hybrid Avenger 85 should work.
Right. Should get it. Because there's so much shit out there. Between the Avengers and hybrid, and they'll want to spam you hard. And
We could get a transvestite if we're not careful.
We're going to send you over here and like.
Not Pornhub.
Right.
Oh, there's hybrid.
Okay, looks like we got it then. And so you get a choice of like parts or the stock engine or the upgrades phase 2 or whatever, stage 2. and you can get it in just the motor, or you can get it in a full kit of all the parts to like. And those kits are actually halfway decent.
Is he selling a full bike?
I don't think he's selling the full bike, but he sells various different engine kits.
And lots of
that.
parts. He's got a lot of parts. He doesn't list them.
The thing is, you want the $200 one because for $25 more, you get the hardened bevel gear and you get the good ignition, the hot ignition, and all that.
Wrist pin bearing, spacer.
I don't know if it comes assembled or not, but you want the extra for $25. You're getting a steal on the spacer. The fact that he had to take a little bit off to set the squish.
They come assembled.
Okay, so he's even assembling it, and he's probably got decent clutch pads in there or whatever. But this,
he said in Facebook when he has a bad lower end, they set him aside. So I'm assuming they ripped those apart. I don't. But they checked that lower end too.
They're probably sending that junk lower end to Smollett's buying it.
Is it free shipping?
No,
I don't know if it's
free shipping. Free shipping.
You pay extra for the stage 2, and you get all the goodies.
Yeah, and they've cleaned it. And hey guys, here's the most important thing to me of the whole thing. They look at the components, and when there's a big porosity in your cylinder, they probably aren't going to send it to you because they don't want to deal with it with you again.
Skeptical.
And they probably store, I'm assuming, again, making an ass out of me, not necessarily you, but he probably takes those defects, and I would pile them up and then return them, and probably puts it towards purchases. I don't know how they work that.
What he's doing is he's got a pile of those returns, and Smollett's getting them because it's too small of a pond.
That's what I like.
And so Smollett's, that explains why Smollett's getting them cases, or someone's getting a case from Smollett that looks like it's had a bird nest of shit in it.
I know nothing.
It's a small pond. This isn't a big, huge, it could be only makes too much sense that there's all those big boys that know each other. They're all on Facebook together. They all would know each other a long time.
I'm just a caveman. Want to buy some insurance?
I'm pretty sure the dumpster that Smollett's diving is either bicycleengines.com, and he's probably into Hybrids dumpster. When
will they carry an Avenger? Do you think they'll ever carry an Avenger at Bicycle Engines with their warranty?
I don't think they can because they're like Zeta, and they're competitors, I think.
Oh.
I don't know.
Well, they got the Phantom, right?
Yeah, they got the Phantom. And all
I'll
that
tell
Zeta
you, somebody
stuff.
took a hell of a hit on their claims on those version 1s, I would assume. You know what I mean? Because they were honoring the warranty, right on through.
Well, there's a contract with like Zeta and Bicycle Engines and like the Zeta Mafia and all them guys. So you can only get a Zeta through them unless you want to buy like 1,000 of them.
I'll buy one if you buy 1,000, Mossy. I'll buy one off you.
Because the only way to get around like the Bicycle Engine, get a Zeta, you have to go through and buy parts. Like I'll get parts.
What, Jared?
Where's the 225 one?
At the very first page, they'll talk about stage 2. Just look at the Avenger kit only.
I am up here.
No, you're looking at all of
the Avenger kit only. I got you.
No, yeah. Okay, now scroll down.
Just get the 6680C one, Jared.
Okay, rate will go up a little. Up a little. Up. Not down. No, up. Yeah, right in there. Explains.
Explains what?
Well, the addition, stage 2, stage 1, you're looking right at it.
There you are. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah. But it explained it all on stage 1 anyway, but that'll give you everything, all the detail.
That looks like the stage 1.
He clicked on stage 2, but that's a stage 1. But just scroll down and explain both of them in the description. Just go down.
I don't even want to see this because it's like the picture.
You were on it.
Your device not connected. He
Me?
can't hear. What am I saying? OP1
That's
was trying.
170. That's the $175 one.
Yeah, scroll.
just-
If you
Where the little black thing is, it says stage 1. You got to click it over to stage 2 pack.
I did
and that's
click
not.
No,
Click
Yeah,
that.
but those are engines only. Look at the kit, or go down below, and it will describe the difference.
Now that's a stage 2 engine. That's 200 and something.
He explains it right there.
Yeah, but there's no click on it part.
No, but you're not on the kit either. There's no clicking on it. That is the description.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
description. All you're gonna get is that right there.
Right. He talks about what's in it and the difference.
Right. He does it
And
on
that's
the
not
kit.
the kit. That's 175. The kit's 200, and the stage 2, I think, is 225 plus shipping. But that's
Right. They all go up like a little bit, like 25 for each step.
Yeah, I'll just take the 225, treat it like a China doll, rip it down, but I can't. I
Right.
got 3 bikes. I got to get rid of them.
It just depends if you want to have that China tank and kit and idler gear and all that.
Well, it's handy to have spare cables. All my stuff's original, and I just lube it, and I haven't had anything break.
Right. And they're decent cables and shit, because I got the kit. I got the full kit.
Yeah, my stuff from California Motorbikes look like they upgraded a couple of things, look a little heavier duty.
I got a couple of those from like full kits for the Avenger from California Motorbikes, and all the cables look really good. Everything looked really good.
Yeah,
And
must
that's what
probably the same kit.
And then I got extra cylinders and extra stuff, but I'd recommend getting the extra kit because it's worth it, because then you're getting all the goodies. You might
For
have to get a
25
CNC
bucks.
you
For
might have to
25
get
bucks, that's cheap parts.
right. And you might have to get like a CNC throttle and maybe like a kill button, and that's all you're gonna need. Because they come with a good clutch. They come with a you might get a different kind of clutch for it, because some of those you can get the extra long clutches. Like boy,
Jared and I are in the cave. Jared uses a shifter for a throttle, and I'm using a $12 throttle, and it all works.
Oh, not that I don't have throttle handles,
or whatever.
but what I
Right.
don't like about the throttle, you have to get that there's a particular metal go-kart one. It's got that thumb screw on it where you can create cruise control.
I don't know if they got a decent chain in the
But
But,
it's on the bike.
I think it's a stock probably chain at California Motor.
I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
every-
it didn't look any different, but I could be wrong.
everything in the kit was like very good compared to any other regular kit I've ever seen.
Parts that were included. I
Agreed.
did find that part of it just then.
I've had those triple 40 full kits. I've had the whatever. I've sampled a few full kits, and even going back to like the GT5, I think I got that with a full kit from Piston Bikes, and that was 6mm stuff. And yeah, it's a lot different.
I had
But-
some questions for him, and he got back to me. I didn't like his answers, but I communicated with Hybrid, and they were very responsive. I was just asking about a wrist pin, and he's like, "If you need something, just let me know. I got like 12 different ones." So he carries a lot of different, and I've heard other people say he carries a lot of stuff you don't see advertised.
I'd get that full kit, and then I'd go on to like Wolf Creek Saw Shop and get me a MS460 piston with a MS460 bearing.
Okay,
The head-
now here's the
Put that in it.
chunk of your head down it.
Hey, Jared, I got a big question for you. Let's assume that you suddenly had the stage 2 or whatever, right? And you've been through it and you're happy and you get it all mounted.
Yeah,
You
how am I
determine-
gonna make it quiet? Now tell me this. How am I gonna make it fucking quiet? Because you're right, riding around on it is just probably not gonna happen unless there's
Yeah, I
some-
heard the stock is a little loud.
Not
Yeah.
gonna
You
make
could
it
spend the extra 185 or around there, whatever, get the expansion chamber and put a good, decent
That
silencer
doesn't
on it.
make
I bet it wouldn't be loud.
quieter.
What?
Definitely
doesn't
put
Quieter.
85.
Yeah, when you put a silencer on an expansion chamber,
That'll
Huh?
help it.
they're pretty
more
quiet. I mean,
You put
I
like
don't
a-
know about a hybrid. I've never done that, but that'd be the most efficient way to quiet it down, I would think.
What happened, OP1?
What you put on it is you put on like the expansion chamber for like a Kawasaki 85 or Suzuki 85, any number of those 85s.
You in, dude? Yours was not connected.
Big
I said
belly.
that.
The Kawasaki pipe is really gonna be nice because the way it's bent and the way the shape of it is, it's gonna be easy to hook up to it because it's the shape of those. That's why they like
Yeah, but
those.
don't you think with a good silencer that'd be livable?
Dude, come
You
on
put a
up.
sound-
It was not letting me up. You weren't. You was not. It never said it was connected.
like a moped silencer or whatever, or you make your own silencer out of the kit muffler.
Yeah, because my 66s with MZ65s are no problem at all. They're pretty quiet.
You take the
Does-
muffler off
Does the
when you
Avenger fit in the 66 hole? If you are running a 66, is this Avenger going to fit in that hole?
You mean the bike or the exhaust? The exhaust is definitely different.
The motor itself is the same size, essentially.
Oh.
Then, or has it
If you
grown?
had a stock head, it's probably similar to the 100, but I don't know. I think it's got to take a little more room, doesn't it?
I don't know.
it's going to take a little more room, and the pipe's bigger. The exhaust pipe's bigger, so it's going to
Yeah.
need a little more room. It's going to need some finesse.
Yeah. Well, my Cruiser though, the first one I built, I got really lucky, man. I didn't know shit. I just put the engine on and the front lined up with the slope of the front rise or bar, I couldn't believe it. It's like a blue line bike or something. I don't know. It's not a Huffy or anything. And anyway, the front mounts fit right because at that point I wasn't ready to modify. I was kind of like, this is just I bought it for like $125 on Amazon a while ago. So I'm like, I got nothing to lose. I don't even want to get into the hobby, and it all worked. So, but that bike, the engine sits real low. And so easily it's just a cruiser, regular cruiser bike with a coaster brake would fit that engine, no problem.
It's like that Electra I have is such a big frame. I could probably put a pipe on it without even cutting the pipe.
And I got really lucky with the end.
I'm going to find out how loud it is by riding through some neighborhoods and seeing what reaction I get.
It depends on your frame.
I think it's a little loud.
Yeah.
Well, ask some of the guys in the comments. They must know. They got them.
Well, Raul was able to get a 6 and 8 horsepower muffler on one of his pipes.
It's going to be louder than a 6680 cc.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically
It's got a bigger muffler too, but still, I heard all the reviews I read were it's a little loud.
Yeah, it should be.
And the Avenger was I mean the Phantom was particularly loud, just fucking loud.
Yeah.
What are they, like 4, 5, or 6 horsepower, something like that? 4, 5 horsepower.
The Avenger's supposed to be around 5 or something like that, and I think the Predator. I mean what's the other one? The
Phantom.
The Phantom, yeah, the Phantom. I think that makes another horsepower and a half or so. And then the Menace, I think, was the highest, right?
Right. And then it's like a regular 66 is like 3.5 horsepower or something.
I think more like 2.5 or so.
Right. So significantly, it's like it's a significant jump.
Yeah, and I'm at 5,000 feet, so the 2-stroke really notices this kind of elevation.
Right, and I'm at 5,000 feet, so
same thing.
Got these really lean jets and stuff because I don't have no air.
I bought the pin vices and everything, and I've used pin vices to make jets before, but I got a brand new set. I haven't had to use them. I lucked out. Every bike was taking a slightly different jet, and my steps were individuals between 60 and 70. Perfect.
Okay.
I got lucky. I can't even find the kit anymore.
Well, I got a whole bunch I just put up a bunch of shorts on all what I got. My needles and pilots and all kinds of shit.
The warehouse. I can hold all mine in one hand. They all go to a NT.
Right. Well, I got a kit together for the OKO. That's like a working kit out of all this stuff.
On the internet right now.
So I got a carburetor and I got a kit for tuning it.
You're losing internet, Jared?
No, OP1's been struggling with the internet at his house recently.
Oh, shit.
But hell yeah. It's a lot of the music is copyrighted, but if Jared wanted to put up one of my shorts without the sound, you could just see that some of them only like 60 seconds or something. It would show like the jets, like all the different.
I only got Makuni jets for dirt bike and street bike, and then NT. Nothing in between.
I put a link to my community page or whatever, but it comes in like a little box, like a clear box. It was like a tackle box full of like organizer thing it come with.
Huh.
And I just got it rounded over with stuff.
We made it this time.
And got like all the sizes that I'm gonna need, like all the low sizes, the small
Here,
sizes.
I'm gonna sign off, Jared.
Because you buy a set of jets, you
Thank
get a bunch of them.
Okay, let's see what Abdilla's got.
He will take say on your you're welcome. Oh, I love it. Have a great evening.
Yeah, nice talking to you,
Right here, you sir. You're
Yeah.
in.
Good evening, y'all. It had me muted and all that, and so when you seen it was muted, I was trying to unmute it for like 2 minutes, and I got it unmuted, and y'all didn't look back down. So I was like, I'll just get back in the chat.
Okay, well, we're in now, damn it. I seen you in the chat. I'm like, God damn it, Jared, did you just fucking stoner him in the corner?
Yeah, I was trying to get on there and help you navigate the web page real quick.
Which one? What were your feelings towards? I mean, obviously, I'm going to order one, and this is where I'm going to order it. And you would recommend the Stage 2 as well?
If you want it to be a little more power, and
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It's only
Yeah.
it was just $25 extra.
Yeah, and I guess if you need the carb and the cables and all that crap, you might as well get it that way. If you ain't got nothing laying around.
Oh, that's right, because he's not sending you everything, is he? Oh, that's right.
That's the engine only, but they have the kit. That was what Caveman was saying. They have a kit, I think.
I catch what you're saying now.
I can't remember. I bought the engine only, and then I bought the bottom end stuff.
Yeah, if you already have a
It's
freighter
not
and stuff.
NT car.
It probably does. Yeah, I don't see why. I mean, yeah, it probably comes with a little NT carb. See, this is just the bottom end. I just got this paper around it. That's the bottom end, and I had to. I changed to green pads, and I get them other pads. They're smushed out, and those tires look like they just got grease in them. Those tire pads. So I put the green pads in there. And of course, I put the plate on there. You ain't got to use the plate. But as they come, even with the stock plate and those black pads, I could get like no throw in my arm. The spring would come so tight. So I had to end up, even when I added my plate and the extra green pads, which are thicker,
Right.
I had to come up here and add a little washer right here. Actually, these are a little bit too big, so I got to get some small ones. These just stick out a little too far. But now I get enough throw, more better, and because he's got that spring set up like tight. But look, I mean, it's really clean in there. I know you can't see, but it's like sanded here. It's sanded here. I think he builds them in shop.
Oh, so he is truly fucking around.
Because look, that motherfucker is. I mean, it's like that. When it came to me, it was like my door was hanging off and shit. But yeah, that motherfucker was smooth and clean. I was like, damn, you can't see me moving it. Yeah, I just pick it up, start moving it with my clutch in there. It's even smoother when I pull that in, but I ain't got nothing to hold the camera in. But yeah, this is the Stage 2 bottom end, and it has the updated brass looking cage bearing down in there, and I ain't got no light, but maybe you can see that little piece of brass right in there. I don't know. Hold on, let me get in there. Yeah, you see it shining.
Yeah.
Is that the shim? Is it?
No, it ain't no shim on here. It's just the regular bottom end, but it's got the updated bearing there. The upgraded PDI.
Coil and all that he said in the advertisement?
Yeah, it's got all that. It's all in there. 2-wire.
And what about his hardened beveled gear? Did you think that was worth looking at?
Yes. I mean, look, I bought an extra one here, and I got 2 more right here of the bevel gears.
Yeah, I hit him up for those bevel gears too.
Okay.
See, here's my stage 2. I hit it over here. That was just the bottom end, and I bought the stage 2 on the first run. Get like 50 of them for us. I don't know how many he had, but I was number 1050, and that was the last fucking one on the order number. So I still got my stock plate in there. I got the Smolik intake on it, but and I already put a Smolik spacer in it, and I changed my piston, but this is the stage 2 one. But I totally fucking changed it. But this is the stage 2 one. Just engine only. I got crap on it too. This is the one you've seen in the video. I put the plate on.
What do you think about this head? Can I look at the head of it?
It's just a look. Oh, look here. You want to talk about heads?
It's a little juicier.
It looks a lot like a 6680cc head.
Yeah, it's a stock head. Look, I got here's your heads. One's a version 1, one's a version 2.
Uh-huh.
There
And the
is
only
2
way you
versions.
can tell it is right here. They were supposed to make it a flat top piston, the second one. The version 1, see how it's not as big. When you get over here, they made it bigger. See how close it is to the hole?
Uh-huh.
They made it actually for 50. Okay, the second version, updated, the head now comes this wide. It's 452 millimeter piston, but it's still not a flat squish there. It's still a dome squish for a round piston and not a flat top piston. But yeah, they made the thing come out wider and taller.
So the version 1 doesn't have that squish band?
They're the same, it's just wider. This is now 52, and this was smaller right here.
Oh, man.
You can't even get this no more unless you have a version 1. Unless you have the first shipment of the Avengers, it's the only way you're going to get this head.
Because I got the first ones from California Motorbikes.
They probably got this head then. All it was, it's not fit for the same size. See right where I got that arrow pointed? That distance between there and the hole. And that squiggly line is the squish band, which is shit. That is virtually nothing. See how wide it is? That's like 3/16.
Right, it's like it's made a 50 millimeter piston or something.
Yeah, and then you come over here and there's like virtually no room there. Squish band's twice the size, still not correct. But
right, but okay.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
So you got
I'm going to be running the LD 100 head. The LD 100 CNC head.
Are you saying it's paperweight?
Has a squish band underneath it.
These are just saved for educational purposes only.
You have an LD 100 head, OP1?
Huh?
Do you have an LD 100 head?
I got one from Smolik. I got one from Smolik.
I got the smallest one for the 100.
That's what I ordered because I was waiting on him to make some, and I almost didn't get one because it was for the my special motor that I've been building, like Leonard.
But I got a bunch of them LD 100 CNC heads from what is it, CDH Power?
Well, Don's getting some special ones made. I mean, they look okay, but they're not nothing fancy looking. But they're made by Randy Cortez though.
Okay.
That's who.
And I've seen those Cortez heads around.
Yeah, well, he don't label them as Cortez. He don't even say the name no more. But that's who makes them for him. If he gets any kind of weird looking head, that's who it comes from on the engines. And you can only usually get those heads when he fucking builds one of those engines. And I'm not buying one of his engines just to get one of those heads, unless you can go on
those. You could get them through DLH for like 6680cc for Minarelli.
He only had like one version of those heads left. He never got any more of those heads in ever.
Right.
DLH did. But they all come from Randy. Randy made newer, different ones.
I hear what you're saying.
But that's the one he got for pre-sale. It's $80 right now. and then after that, it's going to be like 95 or more.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
for
Usually how they.
the Avenger. It's what it's for. It's for the Avenger. It's going to be a flat top, saw
I'm
piston
looking for that.
chain.
And is that going to be on hybrid?
Nope, that's going to be on Don's page. It's for sale on pre-order right now. That'd be the only thing I'd buy there because he also says Cortez mounts, and they're also offset mounts. Cortez makes too, and that's the only place you can get them.
Is that going to be on like Dawn's like SP whatever on eBay?
Yep, Don Speed Shop. That's the only way you can get them. And I always wanted a set of those Cortez mounts just because of normal bicycle frames. You can set them suckers in there because
Right.
Motorized Bicycle Rider, the guy from Arizona, he has a set on one of his bikes. And I watched him for a year and never noticed it. And like a year and a half later, I zoomed in on the video on my computer. I was like, he got Cortez mounts two and a half years ago. I was like, come on, son.
Yeah. If you knew if you just happened to be right there and knew the right people that knew what was dropping, and you were the first like 200, they sell out fast.
Yeah, well, Don's got some, and then I think he made some for a fat tire bike too. They're on his site for sale. Those are the things that I would buy. I would buy some of those Cortez mounts, and I want a Cortez head. That's who
I've got
made
a
the
set of
work
for
clutch.
6 millimeter, like the 6 millimeter like groovy stuff from
Yeah.
Fred. Like those were like the original like those clamps, like a exhaust clamp mount.
Just put the rag over the engine.
And some of them shims and stuff. But they're for 6. I could probably drill one out for 8.
I totally know what you mean, Dandy Dan.
Thinking about putting 4 bolts into the fucking motor on some of them.
This neck.
Let's see if we can glance at the bike.
Instead of having like,
Yeah, I got
instead of having four bolts hold the whole engine on, have 8 of them hold it on and have like doubled up on the studs.
I used charcoal paint this time. I mean charcoal barbecue
I'm worried
pit
about pulling
paint.
the fucking engine studs and shit out because of the it's gonna have more torque, so it's maybe a 10 millimeter fucking bolt in there.
Okay, how about this? You never even tried the exhaust that comes with in the box, did you? Just to hear it.
Ready? What? Which one?
The one that came with the Avenger.
I didn't get a pipe with the Avenger.
Oh, that's right, because you ordered just a naked motor. Damn it!
And I built this one though, Jared. The one I'm running here.
Yeah.
I built this one. I built that one completely.
You don't want the hybrid pipe anyway. You want to get like a MZ65 for like a Minarelli pipe, and then modify it to fit the Avenger.
I didn't buy this one though, Jared. I built this one completely.
Okay, I was just curious if you ever did end up using it, even just for a moment.
I never got no pipe with it. I just got the engine only when I bought them other ones. Engine only and a bottom end only. I never got the Avenger.
You did get that Avenger pipe.
The Mary Jane pipe is what I cut to make that pipe onto the bike.
Right. So
see, the Mary Jane pipe's still here because it will be used to build another pipe one day or something. This is what's left of the Mary Jane pipe. I still got to cut this end off. This is the threaded end that Dookie uses. Well, see, here's the flame Smollett makes for the Avenger.
Right.
Now,
that's what you make together.
So now I can build another pipe because the fit is real good. I can lightly sand that and go ahead and set it all the way in there, almost. If I lightly sanded that other pipe and then get that welded into whatever position I needed to come off the motor.
Yep.
And then weld up it could be a leg burner 5 billion or down and under. Oh, here we go. I'm not looking.
And then you put the expansion chamber in between, and then you put the muffler on the end of it to quiet it down.
Yeah, I got to get a muffler on mine too, but it does sound good.
All the parts. You just
The new muffler back on. But yeah, see, I can't weld this piece here, this big fat piece of steel, and this piece of shit steel, but I can put it in there and prep it and go. I'll pay a welder to weld that for me because I can't weld that and be happy. Now, if it came when the pipe comes off to here, like if I cut it off, this is already on there. Yeah, I'll weld pipe on the pipe all day. But that thick flange, I can't do that shit. That's why I use this pipe and cut it off.
Right.
Yep.
But a
Yeah,
couple of
Carter.
tacks.
I'm using a shit ass welder too, and this is a thick ass quarter. This is quarter-inch fucking thick steel, real steel.
Right.
That's China steel. So yeah.
Give it a couple of tacks just to hold it where you want it, and then give it to a muffler shop, and you can go around it in 2 seconds.
Yep. Exactly. Now, because it takes me a while. Because I welded that one. That can come off eBay. And
Because you're gonna have to mess with it to get it around your pipe and get it where you want it. Anyway, you're gonna be messing with it, and you have to take it apart and put it back together.
Did you ever see this one, Jason, that we built? That me and Kevin built? I took it to his. It's a nice pipe. I need to rerun it again.
Better.
Just a slip flange.
Let it go, please.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I don't know if you ever got to see that one, but yeah,
there's some work into that pipe.
Yeah. And it went like that. I'm thinking about I was going to try it on this bike one day just to try it out, but
have you ever?
I don't think it fits. I don't think it fits.
Welding a pipe like that, you drop a chain down inside the pipe, and you rip it out, and then drop it back down and rip it out, and do that a half a dozen times, so you pull all the slag and any of those little porcupine pieces of wire and shit in there.
Yeah, because that's what I think. Yeah, because I picked up a piece of slag on the 49 millimeter.
Maybe
run a chain and put your foot on it, and run a chain in there, and fucking rip it out a few times and get the chunks out of there. That'll blow something into your piston.
Yep. It caught my top of my piston caught it, and it scarred up the side of the wall.
Because you want to make sure the inside of that pipe's cleaned out after you're done with all that metal welding, fab, and whatever.
Yeah, I cleaned out the other one today. I painted it after I re-welded it and got it on the bike. And I actually put some ultra gray on both sides of my gasket, my exhaust gasket, like I do. I didn't the first time, but after this time I did. Then I Loctited my bolt to the mount.
If you drop one of them, like a dog chain or something small, chain down in there and pull that out, you'll hear stuff rattling around in there.
Oh yeah, I know there's crap in there.
So
there'll probably be little shots of wire coming in there.
Right. At least that way you get the big stuff out of there.
Yep.
The whole point of that pipe is to throw the fuel back in the cylinder. Like it works two ways. It isn't just like a 4-stroke exhaust where it's going in one direction. That exhaust is fucking like all your power anyway.
I've never had a power band or any kind
Same as like the same thing as if like you're welding up a fuel tank. You want to go in there with a chain or some bolt nuts and
had that
and get the slack, or you'll get you in your fuel filter.
Can't get this to set up a minute. I can take me a safety break.
That it matters what cylinder to what pipe, and the scooter pipes are more closely related to our cylinders. And but I did see the jogs and Dios finally. You know what, guys? I didn't even know about the jog scooters and the little Dio scooters. I swear.
Right. Well, funny. They got a similar stroke, and they're also the same bolt pattern.
Fucking things are insane, dude.
Yeah, I heard about the Honda. I haven't even checked the little Honda cylinders out yet.
I didn't even know that those things existed.
You want to go shopping for stroke?
You
have something that you want to know this. Like you go through and look at all the different strokes of all of them.
I still like the look of those fancy 50cc Minarelli cylinders. I still want to build one of them just for the fuck of it. Air cooled one. I mean, they got some badass cylinders. Yeah, y'all was looking at
some interesting port work and shit.
Yep.
Into the aerosol stuff or whatever.
Yep. Because I was impressed with the little 50cc the little liquid cool build I did. I was like, those little air cools, I was like, I can tune that bitch to run, not hot. And, but yeah, I was like, yeah, that'll be fun. But they dang near cost as much as the 70cc, some of the fancy ones.
Well, the liquid cooled, you can also run like 40-to-1 oil mix.
Yeah, it's just over concentrated. If you're gonna do one, just do a small one for fun.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to do something that's going to have too much power either. You don't want to end up doing one of them and end up with 20 horsepower and then have nowhere to put it.
Well, that's kind of like the Minarelli I had. That was the most power I ever built so far. That last one with the Reed G2 on the back, that thing was crazy. I wish somebody that you would have had to sign a waiver, but I'd have let somebody ride it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's a limit to it. It's a bicycle still, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Start getting into some of that like moped scooter tech.
Right. It was timed out. I forget what the real timing would be on it, but I had the Smollett timing plate at about halfway, and the Parma kit, and the squish set. That bitch hauled ass on that 21 millimeter. Well, y'all seen it, but you're not actually on the bike feeling it, and yeah.
So you were really.
I never let it top out. I never topped it out. I was not going to let that bitch top out. I never topped it out.
So you were really retarding on the timing so that it would want to really reach and have some high revs.
And
so it probably was stumble on the bottom end a little bit. Once she woke up, she was on.
That bitch was on par with whatever anyone could try to throw at it. For a stock case, that bitch would have took any all-comers.
Oh.
That bitch was bad. I mean, it's over there, but I stripped the front bolt mount hole when I lost the mount bolt.
I'm sorry.
Right, that's going to be hard on parts too, because
the roll,
more power, more speed, more parts.
Work on your.
Did you have one that the front? Is that the one that was going with the front bolt? The wheel was coming off it.
Hold on, I'm lagging.
Yeah, I remember you said something about a front wheel. Like you
I'm lagging.
Damn, I missed tell everybody that too.
I think a lot of it's the resonance. When engine's at a high RPM, it's at such a hum that's going to want to work everything loose.
Yep.
Like an impact driver. If you ever use a pneumatic impact tool,
yep.
And when that starts to spin up, just a vibration or an impact hammer. I've loosened stuff up before just hitting it with an impact hammer. And it would just kind of come off of my fingers.
That thing, it had power at any range you wanted though. Like even after I would pedal and just ease, I could hit it and it would just start pulling.
Right, that's nice.
It had pull anywhere. If your clutch wasn't strong enough, it was flipping. I mean, it's still there. It's on the ground. I just got to pull the clutch off of it. I never did pull the clutch off of it and inspect it after a couple more spins on it. But it's sitting here. I got to see.
What did it have for a clutch? Did RDM clutch and all that heavy?
That's the one. No, this is the one. The one I had on the bike last with the when I was testing the Smollett clutch. This is the Minarelli here.
That's the 90.
No, this is the 70cc horizontal.
Okay.
That we milled the back out and put the G2 on it. I milled the back. This is the one I let Kevin mill, and then I still had to grind it down and finish it and make my hole perfect. But he did. He grinded it down and tapped my threads, and then I cleaned them out. I made my hole bigger for the G2, and then I did all the port. I didn't do no port work, but I did end up having to cut the back of the whole sleeve off the back. Off the bottom, there's no sleeve on the back side of the cylinder. That bitch is gone.
Because would he mill it down with like an end mill?
That I don't know, but I can tell you what you can do. because I did it by hand on that one. I just had a new flat wheel on my grinder. I had my cylinder mounted down, and I took my grinding blade, and made it flat on there, and I went back and forth watching the metal go away like a fucking machine. You can do it by hand. You get it down so thick, and then the 40 millimeter falls in between the studs on the horizontal cylinder, so it made it real easy to do.
How thick is that in there?
It gives you a lot of room. I put my bolt holes like
How deep did you do
12
it down?
millimeters deep or some shit like that. My threads on this one or the other one over there, I can't remember. On that one over there, I did the threads. I didn't do
I
the
haven't
threads.
looked at that horizontal cylinder in a while, but I'm pretty sure I could probably put something on that easy. It's a 50 millimeter stud spacing.
It's a normal horizontal cylinder spacing, whatever that is.
Because the one I have is like 50
It's not
millimeter.
vertical. Vertical is your standard China doll bolt spacing, and horizontal is bigger like the. Oh, this is the YD case. Yeah. YD case bolt spacing on the horizontal cylinder. But you had to slightly drill out the holes a little bit because they're coming in scooter bolt holes. And I also did that with a hand drill.
Them horizontal cylinders I have are 50 millimeter. It's the same as the YD 100.
Yeah, well, I got the 50 one on the stroker over there. That's also. Yeah, I got the 50 jog. That's what's going on the stroker.
And so those big bore, like the Jog 90, the big bore kit is 7 millimeter studs because they run out of room.
But yeah, she's got all the good parts. I need to take that off. She'll stay together though. I won't take nothing off her. That's also the one that had that good water. The gasket cover on from
That RDM clutch on there with the ball bearing bucking bar.
I don't have RDM clutch on this one.
Was that CNC clutch cover RDM was
I
doing?
haven't. I might have. This is no. This is a Smolik cover. I might have the RDM bucking bar, and no, I put the bucking bar either in here, the little bucking bar I got, or in the new motor, the Avenger. I can't remember.
Because that hardened bucking bar is nice. I've looked at a lot of that, and I got this DLH one.
I was able to keep my chain my chain guide with the G2. I still had enough room.
Okay. Yeah.
Jeez.
Because I think.
But yeah, it wasn't that expensive to build, but I got the fancy part, and I had the Smolik spacer. I bought 2 of them at the very beginning, like 3 years ago. When I bought them, I bought 2. This was my second one I had.
It's okay, so it's ported for that horizontal then.
I had a board out. I had a modified spacer. I modified everything except for the spacer fits the YD case 10 times better than the 6680cc case, but you got to widen the bolt holes on the spacer also because it don't go on the YD case.
Like on those old Unirim wheels where you have like the elongated the holes.
Yep. They elongate. They go out like that a little bit.
And that's a 10 millimeter spacer for like a long rod.
That's a smaller 10 millimeter spacer with no bottom gasket and one probably homemade top gasket maybe.
And you got like a YD crank in it, like a YD 100 crank and rod and all that.
Yep. That's a stock bottom. Don't tell nobody. I didn't ever open it. I just flushed it out.
These are a 42 stroke, aren't they?
No, this 40.
40 stroke on the 50.
Oh. The 50. I don't know what it is stock on the jog. But
I think they're like 42 millimeter stroke, so there's like a millimeter somewhere. I'm wondering where that.
Because the one I built, I had to put a 46 millimeter crank in it.
Okay.
On the case to get mine to work, and then I still had to go to Kevin's, and I got him to cut the skirt so it fit in my case, so I wouldn't have to modify my case. And I had to take a hair off the top to get the squish down a little bit.
Okay. Because I'm wondering the stroke on that. Because I think the Polaris Sportsman 90 is a 42 millimeter stroke.
Well, this is the 90. This is the 50 millimeter cylinder, just like
That's a
the one Smollett built. He built the 50 and the 52.
Okay, yeah, that's different.
Yep,
Because
and
the Polaris is for a kid's four wheeler.
yeah, little Sportsman. Sportsman's 90. I thought I bought the Sportsman 90, but I bought the Jog 90 because I had to go back and check to see which one the hell I bought because I couldn't remember.
Right, because there is a difference.
Yeah, I bought the Jog 90. I don't know what stroke it is in the scooter world, but the bicycle world, I had to have a 46. And that's one base gasket.
But basically, what they did was like the scooter's going to have more of a stroke, and then the kid's toy is going to be de-stroked and detuned.
Yeah. I mean, the exhaust window looks like an elongated version of my little port, like on the iron sleeve. It looks like an elongated port of that. I don't know. It's weird, and it's got these little pockets like it was supposed to have extra exhaust ports on the side and shit, but it don't.
Because there's a version that probably does.
It probably because it's also looks like my Minarelli over there. It's got the not full exhaust. It's got like the half moon top that I wouldn't port because it was built like that for a reason. And that's why that bitch hauled ass. I don't know. I try not to fuck with the exhaust port itself on the outside, like coming through the cylinder. I don't fuck with it. I'll fuck with the making it flow out to the inside when I'm porting it. But yeah, or to the inside of the cylinder, but on the outside flow, I leave it just how it is. And you're trying to fuck it up no bigger.
Because the thing is, those cylinders fit so many different machines for so many different years, and there's so many different variations. And
yeah,
a lot of the stuff that the aftermarket, it's like a universal to fit everything. Or however they're doing it. But like this, like a lot of it's like it'll be the same cylinder, but it's a Yamaha, it's a Husqvarna, it's a gas, it's a
like
no.
check this out. Like I got to modify. Like I ordered my Smollett head finally for my stroker, but it wasn't a custom head. It's just the LD90. The LD90. Listen to me. The YD100, the YD or the LD100. The 50 millimeter piston, which is perfect because that's a 50 millimeter piston. It's dome. That's a stage 6 head that they put in the dome piston. They use a stage 6 chamber, which is perfect.
Right.
Well, the bolt hole spacing is perfect, but the bolt holes on the head are going to be for the China studs, and I got 6 millimeter studs down there. So when I went to the hardware store the other day, I found the brass bushings.
Right.
And there was 2 sizes. One was thicker than the other, and this one was a little thicker, and it fits over the bolt. And so I bought 2 of them, little bitches, are $3.19 a piece. And so I got to see how high the cylinder is. The head when I get it, and I'm gonna cut this to fit in 2 of the holes. If they're tall enough, I'll make 4 of them.
Right.
That way my head won't have much slack room. You know what I was getting at.
You want them a little shorter than the thickness of the head, so that way they're not going to hold up the bolts or anything.
Yep.
That'll keep it from the head from want to walk around and want to move.
Because I didn't want to pay $125 and then wait 2 more weeks. And then I'll take the LD100 head.
Right. As long as they're like a millimeter shorter than the thickness of the head, so that there's a little bit of float there.
Yep.
That way you're not gonna, you won't have a problem. That way you can crush everything down, and it won't. Your washers won't touch it. It'll just sit on the surface of the head and do its job.
Yep, I just went in there and found a 6 millimeter bolt, and then when I found these, they was in the same box that the bearings were in. I think still the hard bearings I bought one time for the bucking bar.
Brass is nice because it won't corrode and it will like deform a little bit if it needs to.
Yeah, the casing. See, this one's got the thicker casing. The other one was a little thinner, and this one fit. And I was like, well, I didn't check it on the bolt, see how big the a regular standard size. I guess I can check it there.
But I think they sell them anyway. You can buy those in smaller. I don't know if what his are made out of. They're not brass, though. You don't want to go looking.
Well, if they don't fit in the hole, I can lightly sand it, but they should fit. Because the head on the fast ass Minarelli I just showed you that was on the bike anyway. It's the head on it. I had to drill out to 8mm holes because they only come in 6mm.
You're always welcome, mate. All you do is hit the.
That's good to know because that's the most important part. Is you don't want anything moving around. I thought about using like dowel pins and putting like 2 pins in the spacer and then 2 pins in the cylinder so that the cylinder is not going to walk.
Yeah, that is a good idea. But this is the only. I didn't want to fucking worry about pinning that because I don't have a jig for that cylinder. I got a jig for the Piaggio because they offered one, so I bought that bitch and it was only $35. But I can pin a Piaggio cylinder.
Pins, right? The jig to make the so your head doesn't walk and all that. Because
or say just any 47.6mm cylinder I can pin. Because that was what it was for. It doesn't got to be a Piaggio specifically because they're all horizontals. But yeah, if it's 47.6, I could pin it.
Danny,
I'd like to get one of those.
It was already coming.
But this is the homemade mechanic fix, which is a damn good fix.
Yeah, it does the same thing.
Yeah. I could use 2, or I could be crazy and use 4. I'll see how good it falls in the hole though. I'm supposed to get the head tomorrow, so I may show a video tomorrow with the head on it, or I may make one Saturday. We'll see if it comes in tomorrow.
As long as you use them the whole time you're doing the motor, so that way nothing's gonna move. And so
they'll be on the motor when I fit them. They're part of the motor. They're part of that setup because of the head.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get off here and let y'all talk. I'm done talking. I enjoy listening to y'all. I'm out. Thanks, Jared, Mossy.
Oh, so one more question. So if I ordered that one kit that was next to beside it there, that offered the pipe and the carburetor, that's not worth ordering?
You don't want the pipe and carburetor and all that.
I don't.
The pipe's garbage.
It's
expensive pipe. It's like $150 pipe, and you can get a better pipe for a Minarelli and get the flange. The Minarelli pipe for the MZ65 is thicker than what you want.
Yeah, I know.
And then you just get the flange for the Avenger and weld the flange on like he was doing. Or you at some point you're gonna have that flange if you're gonna go beyond this original pipe. Or you can use the original pipe and chop it up, but you're gonna want a flange.
Interested in getting a great pipe. I was just wanting to know if that pipe and that thing was worth a few extra bucks that it was. I think it was only $25 more as well. If it was only
$25 more, I'd say get it.
I think it was, right. I think that's what they were offering it for, like $25-$30 more.
I don't know, but
I didn't click on it.
I'd get it anyway, just for the flange, and then to put a proper expansion chamber on it.
Oh, you're right. Flange, and you're not going to get the damn intake, from nowhere else, anyways. Right off.
Right. Now this is the intake. If you want to go with like a Klein, there's a carburetor and intake that's really cheap for Boy Go Fast for the 110 engine.
Yeah.
And it's called the J intake and the J carburetor. But it's a carburetor for a 110 jumbo 110 52mm whatever, the 110 engine. And they sell an adapter that's for the J carburetor, and the J carburetor on it would be what I would do, because it's like $20 or something for the whole thing. You're running like a piston for it. So you'd have the stock pipe and like a stockish kind of carburetor. Or a Klein knockoff. They should offer a carburetor for that anyway. Like if you want to run a PZ20 or PZ19 or PZ18 or VM18, you could run that off that J carburetor flange or intake. I got one on the order, I think. Oh, I got mail anyway. Like I got this in the mail today from Groovy. It's for my 4-stroke, because I went to the mailbox while it was on here. This is that 4-stroke jack shaft that Groovy sells for like a McCargy Sluggo for $175 to turn up to do a fat tire job. And so if this looks good and I like it, I might get another one. But this is for a 4-stroke or a 2-stroke or anything to put a motor on a McCargy like 4-inch fat tire. But it's a seat post jack shaft. Fucking like whatever. Can do like an unboxing.
Well, like I said, Danny, you already have the roller now. And if you want to slap it on the motor alone, that roller off that kit will slap right on the motor.
But I did get like the full kit for the whole Avenger. And it was good to learn about like the Gen 1 and the Gen 2. And even though I'm not doing those heads, there's going to be different variants. And that's why I went in and got all the Gen 1 stuff I could get. And I'm done. And now the Gen 2 stuff's coming out. And they're fixing stuff like the wrist pin bearing and all that. But I've already got a fix for that. I got like the OEM still 460 bearings. I had a full kit for the Phantom to do that out and saw motor, like saw piston, saw shit. And so when the Avenger came out, I just basically doubled up my saw stuff for the Avenger. So I got a few things to try. And I got the different cranks. I got those, like, I don't know. Now I'm into carburetors, and now I got them in a 4-stroke, so jack shaft stuff, drivetrain type stuff. So I don't know. It was like, I don't know what's going on in the chat or.
I know. You know what, fucking Mossy? I was just thinking that you have to sit there fucking blind on your end right there. You got no info what anybody else is saying or thinking. If I don't say anything, you just when I highlight things, can you read that?
I can't.
It ain't good enough to fucking read that highlight anyways.
I can see a fuzzy my name and Jared D, but nothing below that. I can see what it says, like we've been on for 247, but I can't.
When I highlight that,
see that looks like it says Raul or something.
Yeah, but it's bullshit. I can't read the words on it either, dude. Couldn't tell you what it fucking says right there. So,
I can put my glasses on, but no.
Yeah.
I
knew it.
Couldn't see shit. But I got this Groovy part that I'm going to unbox.
Did you want to unbox it?
Yeah, I'm going to unbox it. I'm just having a cigarette right now. I went to the mailbox. No one even noticed I went to the mailbox.
You got time.
But yeah, I figured maybe in the chat, like I already told what
do you think you're up to right now, Mossy? Are you $1,000 or more in right this minute? Are you maybe up to $2,000?
Of $2,000 of what?
Worth the pile.
Like
fresh
the pile
still in the package.
Stuff that's in my boxes and stuff, like all total. Because it's probably enough for like $10.
In here, none of these fucking packages existed fucking 6 months ago.
I've had these. I've been doing this for about 4 years, so.
Oh,
I've only been on YouTube for about 6 months, and then this is like the last of it.
Oh, but you're just now.
I got about 10 bikes, 1,000 of bikes, so there's probably like 10 or 15 grand worth of parts.
Oh, you think you're up to 10 or 15 grand right now worth of pile?
Yeah, at least 10 or 15 grand in there at about 1,000 so a bike.
Oh my god.
More or less. I'll do like $1,000 a bike.
Oh god.
Hey,
absolutely, Raul. I got a special video for you, dude. Queued up in the fucking queue. When Raul comes up here, some guy gave Raul a shout out.
Like for me to do a decent bike, it's got to be at least like $750 or $1,000 with all the stuff that I like.
Yeah.
Some of these frames, I got a collection of frames. I got bicycle. I got frames that'll never be a motorized bike. It'll be always be a bicycle, but I can duplicate it. Like I got a little bit of example of every kind of thing, like Chicago Schwinn shit or whatever.
Did you catch T-Dog's live when he came on the other night? Or no, he gave me a video I could watch the other night. He built, low to the ground. What do you call that? He was going to go high speed, like real high speed. Dude,
I've seen some videos. The only video I haven't seen is the DNS one.
And it was a fucking chainsaw bike at that, dude. But that thing goes flying by on the flyby. He's got some guy holding the camera while he comes up this crazy dirt road on this fucking.
Right.
His head, dude, I swear to God, isn't 20 inches off the ground. And whoosh. And goddamn chainsaw bike. But it made up for it in aero, dude. It totally made up for it. You're like, oh, well, there you go.
Well,
this is how a big person can go fast.
There's ways to reduce parasitic drag. Like you can reduce your parasitic drag, and you can do things that may not be visible. And do things.
It's one of those things, get everything down next to the ground.
I've been confused with an e-bike because I don't seem to pedal like a bike because I get such low parasitic drag.
What do you mean?
And I've heard people argue about it like, oh, that's an e-bike. When I beat the guy with the e-bike, and the guy's like, no, that's not an e-bike. That's a 1-speed bike. It's not even a 10-speed. But I have zero parasitic drag, like hardly any. So I can, like, if I'm going to the store, I pedal like 20 times to the store and back. And before, I would pedal like the whole way back and forth, but I can coast along. I've noticed since like everything's kind of let go. It's been like a whole summer I've been playing around with that coaster brake, just riding it. And every day it seems to get a little slicker and a little smoother and less, it's like it's wearing in. And usually by the time it'd be worn out. It's like I got a little bit of slop in my bearings. But the EP grease has just been like a drastic improvement.
Yeah.
And power and putting power to the road, sustaining my speed.
Being under 20 inches off the road. Everything. Your head is under the 20.
Well, right. That you're doing that like streamlining.
Oh, like streamline, dude. He built a streamline bike with a chainsaw drive.
Right.
Which was the other way to go fast.
There's a lot of ways to do it. And if he's cheating that much, he's probably cheating in other places, is what I'm guessing.
Oh, he took the fucking pedals off. It was no longer a pedal bike anymore. He had fucking foot pegs.
There's a lot of cheats that you can do because I'm like a barn door going down the road. So
yeah, you know what I mean.
I'm gonna struggle against the wind, and hopefully by the time I get to the store and out of the store, the wind hasn't changed direction, and I can get pushed.
When I'm pedal biking, I'm an upright pedaler. I'm just a fucking If the wind's strong, it hits me right in the face. I don't fucking ninja tuck even on a bicycle.
Like I hauled this pallet. I got this pallet out here that's like 6 foot tall by like 4 or 5 feet wide. It's like a double sized pallet. And when I was carrying that, the wind was pulling me. And so the only reason I grabbed it was because I knew the wind was going to be to my back. And I just gone to the store and I'm like, okay, I can do this. And plus it was early enough to where I knew I didn't have to come through the gate because I have a gate that I have to use a fob on. So I was able to sail that all the way to like my front door. If I had to stop or if there was like something I had to do, it was just too awkward. But once I got it going, I was like, it's pulling me right along.
I'm not going to lie, dude. I have built the sail bike already.
I was sailing this right here, this pallet right here.
Just saying, I have built the sail and tried to sail the bike. It worked-ish. Wasn't a great plan.
I can get up and do this better.
I had to get out on the road for it to work.
But basically, I got this big boy right here, and I'm standing on my stairs, so that's like as tall as me.
He said it's 6 foot.
Like if I get down here, it's like, and there's a regular size pallet right there. Oh yeah, I'm like, okay, but I can't put video to that because it would be like I'd be dead trying to fucking video that, or I'd be in the fucking drain. Because also along the trail, it's like the Alameda Drain. It's like the old agricultural stuff. So
I know about riding.
I get an 8 or 10 foot drop into nothing but like a mud bottom, whatever, full of fucking goat head.
You would be so surprised to go down fucking Phoenix's drain, dude, to see the size of the fish that are in that fucking drain, dude. It's so amazing. I was so stunned by that.
When they drain the water, it's like all pockmarked with like crawdaddies in there. And
Oh, yeah?
Ducks go with them. The ducks are getting fat on them crawdaddies.
Hell yeah. Is it concrete on both sides?
No.
Oh, theirs is all
no.
concrete on both sides.
It's just farm dirt that's bermed up, and it washes out. We've had washouts. Wouldn't take nothing to wash it out. This is a big chunk of CNC chunk for $175. This thing is heavy, and that is worth $175 all day long right there. I'm looking at it. Even if I have to drill the hole out and ream it and whatever, that's a big chunk of CNC slab. That weighs probably half as much as a China motor.
What the hell is that?
That's a Groovy jack shaft, seat post jack shaft. And if I like it, which I do, I'm going to get me another one of these probably in a couple weeks before everyone else figures out what they are. And there's your mount that comes with it, with a shim in there. It comes with this. And it comes with this piece that goes on the seat post. And there's your jack shaft. And you can adjust it because it's got a cam in it, like its little thing right here. It's got a cam that allows you to adjust it and swivel it. I don't know if I can do it, but
It's called a centric.
there it goes. There it goes. See how it'll cam, or it'll cam around this way. And it'll fucking go tighter or whatever.
And this is going to
And then
match right up to the. Yeah.
I gotta
it's enough.
take this apart and figure out what it's got for bearings in there. And I can get good ones for that.
Oh, you
And
think
it's got
those
a
are?
couple of different sprockets on it. It's got the sprocket for that'll drive your motor. So it's like this on your motor.
Yeah, it's got a
And then
jack
it's
shaft.
got your one over here and a bunch of shims and stuff so that I can set that up to whatever I want. And that'll go, this is for the Mikage Sluggo. But that's this for the seat post. Huh. It's got tape on it, but basically that goes around your seat post. And this goes on your seat. This goes around the seat post like this. And I don't know if there's another piece that goes over this or flat or whatever I got to do to that. But I'm assuming that this goes in the motor. And there's a couple of shims for it. But I'm assuming that this goes on the back of the engine to replace, I could use that for a bunch of stuff. But that goes on the back of the engine.
Yeah.
And then that goes around the seat post. And I think that you use the piece that comes off the front of that's supposed to go on the back of the engine on there. like the regular kit mount for the rear engine. I think that goes on here, or I could put something on there. I might even be able to use like a CNC front mount and put that on there.
I know exactly
But
what you're saying.
that's how it's supposed to look, is like something like that.
Very cool, though.
I like
Right.
it already. It's got some shims and stuff that go with it.
Thanks, Bri. I really appreciate you talking me up. Dandy
Yeah,
Dan,
we got big,
I have no
heavy.
trailer. I have no problem pulling trailers. I just don't want to have a trailer behind me. I'm not going to lie. I hate to have a backpack on, and I hate a damn trailer. I will use a trailer. A one-wheel trailer. A one-wheel trailer is your only best option, personally, if you ask me, unless you want to pick your shit up off the ground and drag it for half a mile before you realize it. You'd be amazed how far you can fucking drag it sideways before you realize it's fucking sideways.
I'm thinking I take this piece right here, I bolt it to the back of a motor,
Uh-huh.
and then I have a metal plate that I weld onto my seat post. That's like, like whatever. And I could make that happen with like a strap, a metal strap that goes around the seat post that comes out that pulls that on there. And I could use that for a nice little kick-ass motor mount without even the fucking 4-stroke piece.
Yeah, it looks about
So
right.
definitely getting more of them. That's a big chunk of billet. But yeah, that's what I'm doing today.
Very cool.
4-stroke or 2-stroke. But it's made to fit the Mikage Sluggo, which is a 4-inch wide tire. And I got basically a 4-inch, I got a 4-inch Springer fork. I don't have a 4-inch frame, but I got the, what do I got? I got the, that OCC Schwinn chopper frame that everyone puts 4-strokes on. And I don't know, I might get a Mikage Sluggo frame now that I got this, and I like this.
Why not the side cart? Shoulder of the
And I
road.
got a zip baggie out of it.
The width of the shoulder of the road says, this is that thing that keeps it, I'm not gonna lie. I want a sidecar. Many times I want to do the sidecar. Where are you gonna ride it?
I think Worksman is the place to go to get your sidecar.
Where are you gonna ride it? You ain't riding it nowhere, dude. There is nowhere for you to ride it.
You could ride it at like a car show or something like that, or a motorcycle show. You'd have to trailer it there.
You know what I
You
mean?
could do, like, if you want to do a sidecar, I'd go to and get some trike stuff from like Worksman.
I totally know that. What the brand and the materials that you're talking about here. Good heavy everything.
Right, but they make like an ice cream truck.
Yep.
And they make some other cool stuff. And they also have those drop loop frames, I think. And it's like I think it's called a 2600 Newsboy. Is a really good solid frame if you want to put a motor on it. I dragged a fucking Worksman rim all over fucking town so that people could scratch it and tell me they're $30 and all this when it takes 5 minutes, not even a minute to do it. Especially if it's a new wheel and it just needs a little light truing.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, well let's set up an appointment for next week or something. I'm like, are you kidding me? Can't you just tweak that a little bit? Things practically like brand new. It just needs a little bit of truing just from fucking UPS beating it up on the way.
Oh, come on, Skip.
So I got a truing stand coming.
I'm not worried about being the sideshow. I'm already on a motorized bicycle. I'm a goddamn sideshow.
I went out to, check this out. I went out to the bike shop, 2 different bike shops. I got it on my shorts. And I went out there and you could see the shorts with a bike guy on it. That's not copyrighted. And basically, I went out there with money and ended up getting no work done. I figured I talked to the guy the day before, and they said, yeah, just bring it by in the morning. We should be able to get to that. It's no big deal. So I get there, and the guy wants to run me up on a fucking appointment and bill and all this shit and not get it done that day. And so I'm like, okay. And I couldn't find a bike I wanted to buy because the bike I have they don't sell it anymore. And so I walk out of there with money, and I dragged the thing around all over town, came back with money in my pocket. And so I went and fucking dropped it at the bank, and I ordered like $600 with a park tool, truing stand, dial calipers, fucking bunch of shit. So now I'm going to be able to balance my shit with park tool. The same, I bought the kit. Instead of buying the bike and spending money at the bike store, I actually bought the tool that he has, the only thing I need there. So like, fuck the bike store now. I'll just learn how to balance my wheels.
I like that one too, blocking traffic.
So I was like, fuck it. I was trying to spend a little money around it. But now that my table's dry, the park tool to balance my wheels is coming in before the fucking appointment to get my wheels balanced is. So I'm like, no, I don't think so. And I got all the other kit to do it, so. And now we got weed. So like, I went down and I put a short up. There's an hour-long short that says an hour of me going around town. And I went in the weed store. I went to the bank I went to the drive-up window, the drive-up side with my bike. Fucking rolled up to the bank, rolled to the weed store, came back.
The weight of the
store, beat the grocery store, fucking broken wheel around.
30 pounds is perfectly good on a one-wheel trailer. Probably hauls 80, 90 pounds. You'll overload the fuck out of it. I have not a big problem.
I'm not a big trailer fan.
I'm not a big fan, but if you get a one-wheel trailer, I do use one. It makes a difference, dude. I can haul water, hauling fucking water.
Right.
It's the only way I could haul water for money.
If you're doing it for like that specific purpose, and like I'd have a separate bike all set up just for my water hauler.
I had no problems keeping up with this Instacart, that whatever orders they made. Every now and then they'd put 2 or 3 of the fucking waters on, or maybe fucking 7, 12 packs, but otherwise it didn't really matter. One water and a bunch of 12-pack, a few 12 packs, and all, I'd carry it all.
Right.
What did it feel like though? Whoa. It's sketchy. I carried those 2 pumpkins last year on Halloween, right there around Halloween. Dude, those things it's scary. It's scary. I mean, that trailer gets heavy. It gets scary.
That's what I wanted to know, because it's like, it can be done, but it's got to be sketchy. I want to hear about the sketchy stories. Like
the sketchy story, dude. I got a video where I fucking go down and the flop goes fucking straight up in the air, dude. What do you mean?
I've seen that. That's what I'm saying. I've seen that video. It's like, yeah, go ahead and put the trailer on the bike. Go ahead, no problem.
Yeah,
put 2 trailers on it.
That fucking trailer washed me right out, dude. Right on that sand on the asphalt. It just pushed me right over, dude. It fucking pushed me over.
Right, the momentum of it's gonna
the momentum.
keep
Thank
going.
you know what I mean?
Right,
it's
gonna fold you right underneath the fucking thing if it can.
It was a pain in the ass.
Hey, but you can do a living on it if you're willing to put up with it and understand what's going on with it, and not like think you're getting
I will admit that once, like Eric Tennyson here, so I have to be, dude, as soon as I broke the tree line, Albert, dude, I wanted a trailer. I did. Out there where you're at, even in this open traveling,
Right.
Here in
It's
the
almost like
sticks and the bush and the brush, man, it's tough to navigate with the damn trail.
Well,
If you go into the woods, you got to figure a way to get this freaking thing out of here.
it's almost a necessity because you can't go out in the desert and survive without a certain amount of water and food and whatnot.
That's why I have to agree with Eric
So
Tennant.
you
He's
get to a
having
point where
good
it's
views.
like you can't carry enough food to survive. Your trip is kind of like where you're going to run into problems. You can have Wi-Fi, but you got to have enough water to get between A and B water
Thank you,
stops.
Danny. At least you understand what I was trying to say earlier. Yes, it does fit. You can give it a try. You'll like it just for fucking around for sure.
Mhm.
You'll have a foul weather roller.
Like a bug out. You'll have like a little bug out deal that you could get around shit. And I used to ride my bike during like the hurricane and shit when they shut the road down because I get around everything. And they shut like, oh, you can't go here. I just zipped the old motorized bike around.
Yeah, I'm surprised you aren't running the baskets like Bry runs, those metal baskets that collapse on the back. Those got to be really handy for him.
I need to see those metal baskets again.
Do you know what I'm talking about? They look
I
like
don't
a
know what you're
newsboy.
talking
They
about.
go on the
I know.
back. On the back, it makes a back rack. So it's got the
Right.
rack. It's got the two collapsible baskets. One on the left, one on the right, and they're decent. I mean, it holds a full brown bag. I bet of groceries.
I've used like the milk crates and stuff, and that's a pain in the ass because when you're not using it, it's there. So I'm interested in that collapsible because
Exactly. His
you're not,
collapse is
you're
real
not
flat.
using it. You don't have it, but I rode around with like a fucking one of those milk crates on the back.
Yeah,
Like
no, I know about it. I ride a bucket,
I could
dude.
have got that and actually I cut the top off the milk crate so it wasn't even as tall.
Although
Just
I'll argue with you that I get a
quarters
lot
of a
of
milk crate, you know.
bucket.
I love a good milk crate. I mean, I really love a good milk crate, but if I could have something that's not a pain in the ass to get my leg over, like that was the only thing. The milk crate on the back was great, but I couldn't get my leg over my bike with a milk crate and a bunch of shit in it. So if I had a collapsible, it would be awesome because that way you have the best of both worlds. It's kind of nice to go out for a
That
ride
is correct, Andy
and not
Danny.
be all kitted out for, like a pickup truck. That's kind of like what I'm doing anyway. I'll have me a pickup truck version, and I won't have like just one bike. I'll have a bike that I can use to go fishing or pick up, and I'll have one
He
that's
says
just
it
more
opens
for
up
fun.
to that brown bag grocery store size. That's what that basket opens to that brown bag. I bet that brown bag drops right in there when it's full.
Right. Is
Which
it
is quite a
spring
bit, dude.
loaded?
A brown bag full of shit. I mean, that's quite a bit of shit.
I mean, I haul my groceries and water and stuff and all that. So I'm always moving something. I can't go past the store without getting something. And I'm not going to come back empty.
So what are you doing? Backpacking or just dangle bags? You're always dangling bags, huh?
Oh, and my battery died in my phone thing.
No, you're running good. They're $40
Oh,
a set. Now I
my
bought a single Wall World for 5 years ago. Yeah, I remember they were there. I should have grabbed quite a few other things from them. I like a rack on my bike. I like a front rack. I like a rear rack. I like lots of racks. Eric said he doesn't like bags on his bike. I don't mind bags on my bike. I am not laying my bike down. It's not getting turned upside down. That's not ever happening. Although my bike fucking fell over at Eric's house, dude, hit a solar panel. I owe him a kidney and like, I mean, maybe 10, 15 fucking thousand thank yous and I'm sorries and how I appreciated his generosity and his hospitality. I need to get over there and get him a big ass super chat. He's
I
been
just had to.
quite a big
I just
guy.
had to put my bike away.
Celeste Ann hasn't been over here because she's been using electric bikes lately. That's what it is.
It's all right. It's still a bike. I don't even have a motorbike running, so fuck 'em.
I told you, Danny Dan, like, yes, they're already 5/8 shaft. We tried to grow rollers many ways. We never could grow a roller. It wouldn't grow. We tried wrapping lots of things around it. Slip a piece of radiator hose on it so tight you would never. Dude, as soon as it heats up, that fucking little piece of pipe come right off the roller. You can't get it tight enough. It'll never be tight enough.
That's good to know.
Yeah. I found metal on rubber was the only way to go. Just for chatting.
Yeah, I try to put stuff up that I've already know that's gonna work. Like, try to save someone the hassle.
Yeah, I know we tried to grow it. I even tried wrapping the inner tube strip around it, just to grow it for speed. I mean, if the roller's bigger, it goes faster. No,
Right.
that fucking shit shredded right off. So it was just like a moment or two. It wasn't like, no, it's just a few moments. It was gone. It just didn't hold up.
I would wonder
Maybe
if like
one held up
like
for
a
about-
rubber coated steel roller or something where
Yes.
it's rubber might be something. I don't know.
We even tried the rubberized undercoating, that heavy, whatever. It lasts for a few very short, rubs it right off.
Right.
Whatever.
But that's cool.
Apparently, the roller is weaker than the fucking rubber tire. That's what I can tell you mostly. Yeah, that smooth metal roller, it's getting worn down way faster than the tires.
Right. Well, you wouldn't think of it that way.
No.
And that's why rubber doesn't last.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Because rubber to rubber is gonna make it hot. Rubber generates a lot of heat when it's like friction, but it also gives you traction. Traction equals heat, and like, so the steel is gonna take the heat better and put less heat into it because it's not gonna move.
Damn, Dandy Dan. Yeah. I got to get 2-inch myself right now. That's what I'm short from a build. Literally 2-inch volts. I don't have those 2-inch volts on me right now. They're at the Ace Hardware Steel, sitting in a drawer near you. God damn it.
What I'm gonna do at some point is I'll go down to like Fastenal.
Thank you. There's a Fastenal, but it's much further. Ace is fucking closer.
Right. Well,
Fastenal too.
Fastenal has everything. And another thing Fastenal will do, like if you're shipping something big, like an engine block,
Yeah.
you can go to Fastenal and they will ship it through Fastenal to like a Fastenal to Fastenal.
Oh.
And get a good rate on like shipping something really heavy.
Yeah,
but I go down to Fastenal with like a list and hand the guy the list and say, I need all this. And then he can, and whatever, fill it. And Mizumi's another place where it's got all the different size cap screws, like the Allen head screws that have holes in them. And you can get those in like 75 different sizes, I think, different combinations of metric or whatever. So you can wire everything together if you wanted to. But I'll just sit down and just go through a list of stuff, and that way I have like your little box of drawers full of screws and shit.
Yep.
And just do it all in one shot, like a Fastenal or wherever. I can get as much stuff as at one shot. That way it comes in a box, and they'll all be labeled. And then I just have to put it together with a
Allen head. Damn it. I fucking love Allen heads. Shit.
But I can get Allen heads in a bunch of different, like stainless or grade 8 or whatever.
Fucking freaking Ace is only going to offer to you an old boxed in. That's just their thing. They don't
Right.
give a.
But what happened? What
I
happens?
am Darth Vader. Come to the dark side, Luke.
Once you know what you need and you get a list of what you have, then you go to like the fast line and get the good ones. I got them in tungsten, not tungsten, titanium. I got a bunch of titanium hardware and whatever.
Hey, Mossy, you like my mask?
I like it. Auto darkening.
Yeah, stay back away from the camera so it keeps it in frame. Yeah, like that. It looks best. No, back closer again, like you were. But yeah, like that, but not too close. Just not too close so it doesn't fill it up.
Right. It's it's an auto darkening. That little strip at the top
auto
of it.
darkening shield.
It sees the Weldon flash.
And he's got the headphones on too. You can see them. When you're at the right, you can see the headphones. Yeah.
So what's going
That's
on?
so you can look at the eclipse. Like if anyone was wanting to see the eclipse, that's what you need to see the eclipse is those auto darkening, and you can adjust it so that you can,
Yeah.
God that mask cost me $60. It's from Yes Welder.
Yes Welder.
Yeah.
I was looking at
$60.
that Yes Welder stuff. It's all good stuff.
Yep. So what's going on, Jared? I heard you're getting an Avenger motor.
No, I'm getting one, dude. You know I've been wanting to get one. I'm damn close to pulling the trigger now that y'all all got them all. And then I seen Grindel's Garage got not. You didn't watch that whole video. I cannot believe you fucking commented 3 times in his video, and you didn't stick around to the end.
What
I was trying to get him to buy an
He
Avenger.
found that the cylinder was damaged and that there was chunks of metal in it.
He wouldn't
The
hit
cylinder was
place-
damaged.
Yeah.
Oh shit. He must have got a bad batch then.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
But basically, I tried to get Jared right up to the point where he's going to put his credit card in, but he backed off. He has to get something
dude.
else.
I'm not through this
He's
device
not-
right here. I don't even know who this.
I'm sure he doesn't want to show his credit card info online.
No, but he could have hit click to,
No, you're right. On my phone, I
Whatever
can
it is.
click buttons. It would just. It doesn't. I don't need to
Not
put
going to
it
get a tracking number or nothing till tomorrow, but it would at least show order placed. Boom. Thursday at whatever.
Anyway, I got the lights in here fixed.
Not to show his all his other information to show that a little screenshot that he got some process in his card.
See, look, I got the lights fixed in here. Yeah.
It is
Now
brighter.
watch. I'm going to turn it off with one switch.
You can screenshot your information anyway.
Did we
no,
clean up
it's-
the wires? We
it-
got the wires fixed too and everything.
No, just fix the lighting. Oh no, it's
Oh.
dark in here.
We added wires. Did we add any wires?
No, it's got the same Spider-Man wires, but everything works.
I love
in here.
Spider-Man wires,
Yeah.
dude. Don't get rid of them.
See?
There we go. Oh
So
no!
I'm
there it is. There it is. Love the Spider-Man wires.
That's at National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation wiring.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's on the
What was
light
the dad's
switch. It's-
name?
I bet if you
Chevy
touch-
Chase.
I bet if-
Chevy
I bet if
Chase,
you touch
maybe,
the
I
light
believe.
switch, light switch would be hot, like to touch it with all that going through the light.
Well, that's
Yep.
the thing. It's all on different circuits in here. It's not all on one.
Yeah.
So you got like 2 or 3 neighbors you're stealing power from then, so they don't notice. Grab it from a couple different corners. And
I heard
what-
we did that before from a storage unit. Borrow
Right.
power from the storage unit.
Right, get it in a couple of different ways, storage unit and light, depending on, that way you always got it.
Yep.
One might,
Anyway,
Well, one-
hold on. There's my pipe. I welded it a little bit better. Doesn't look like a termite weld or a fucking,
I can't even really see it, what we're looking at. Oh, okay, you're like way zoomed in, that's why, okay.
Hey, Raul, I thought we put the 8 horsepower muffler on one of them.
It's coming in the mail. I'm going to be testing the Avenger 85 pipe, the side pipe, not the belly pipe.
Where's the one with the 8 horsepower muffler?
That's the stock pipe that I made.
Yeah. Does that silence it any?
It sounds like a loud chainsaw, like I'm cutting down a tree or something.
I mean, but is it quieter than the other one?
Yeah, it's quieter. That's the plain Jane pipe with the Phantom 85 exhaust, and then the other one's on the other bike. Hold on, I gotta get up. Oh,
I think that you want the 3 to 5 horsepower Briggs hot dog muffler.
Hot dog muffler.
Like,
well, I already tore that one apart. I didn't get a chance to use it, but anyway.
But yeah,
there's the stock pipe for the Avenger. Look how big that pipe is. And I heard Build Break Fix said the rivets for his right here, and on this side came off. This is ghetto rigged on here. See, like, it don't move.
Because you shouldn't put rivets.
I got a wire and look, I got a hose clamp here and a hose clamp where this pedal thing is right here. It holds this pipe on. Makeshift pipe holder. See?
Dan, that roller is 3 inches wide off your kit. I mean, that's the same wide I make my roller.
Hose clamps are your best friend. Hardware store.
They do that same setup on those cheap like $20 moped mufflers, that flange thing with the bolts, and they're gonna fall off. It's not the way to go, but it's like the cheapo knockoff, like whatever mufflers and stuff will do that.
Look, watch.
It's
hose clamps. Anybody need some hose clamps? I got plenty. I got plenty of hose clamps. I got ones of different sizes too.
I try not to resort to them.
I would put them around like the steering column so I could put a tack on my vehicle.
I try not to use them.
I also got a new clutch. I also got a new clutch cover sticker.
Okay. You joined a new band?
No, I think it's a Christ Jesus powered sticker.
Group.
I don't know if it's a band group, but
yeah. Well, let's go ahead and put that on the Phantom because it's going to need all it can get.
Right.
I mean, it's going to need a lot of prayers and all kinds of shit to keep that thing alive.
Also, I forgot to show this. I forgot to show this on the last live, but I think I should show it now.
I bet.
Briggs and Stratton 2-stroke oil, because Briggs and Stratton hasn't made a 2-stroke in like 85 years.
What is this? I can't know.
Still, 046 52 millimeter piston.
52 millimeter?
Why not run the still oil instead of the Briggs and Stratton? Because Briggs and Stratton ain't run 2-strokes since fucking like before.
You just wanted to have one to look at it?
I got my own little stencil. And then you take any piston, a saw piston, say like this one, and you want to put reed valve holes on it. Hold on.
You got your template ready to go.
You line it up, and there's where you drill the holes, and then you mark it with a marker. I'm cutting out the middleman and doing my own shit now.
I trust myself just to guess at that one.
You could get set up on a drill press and a little like Santa's workshop going on.
Nah, all you need is a regular power drill.
Right.
I work
just to open it up to get the
Black and Decker sponsor.
I thank you, Dan, because if I'm wrong about it, I would like to know.
So you put like 4 half-inch holes in it, and then go between them with the Dremel.
Or something like that. Holes. Yeah, I got a Dremel tool here somewhere. Right. The table's cleaned up, but I still can't find my tools.
Right. That way, the drill's going to do the top and the bottom, and then you can do one in the middle, and then eat out the.
Yeah, you draw out your design once you mark it with a black permanent marker.
Right.
And you take your time doing it. You drill out slowly, cut the little design, and then, you know.
Because I got to do that to a bunch of those pistons eventually.
Yeah, and then the one for the Avenger, you just cut out a little square hole for the reed valve.
Right. You could put a single big hole in it. I'm thinking I'm going to put a single big hole in it. So
It's
that
going to
way
be
it
round or square?
oval.
Oval. Nice.
A round oval hole, like a big one in the middle. So that way it gets it's going to want to throw
like
it at the rod. It's going
Yeah, you want it to oil the wrist pin bearing, the crank rod, and then the crankshaft.
I figure
That's
there's
another
one big
reason.
hole better to
Yeah,
get it to the rod instead of the two holes that's going to want it to go to the crank cheeks that don't need oil as bad as the rod does.
Well, it
And
still
plus the
goes
saw
through.
piston anyway. Saw piston wants to.
Because you have it going up and down, and it's just spitting the fuel
I just put
everywhere in the crankcase.
Well, a saw jug and a saw piston, or the Avenger or Phantom, it's going to want to bring fuel up through the piston and into the transfers. So if I open it up at the rod, it's going to be able to get up in there better than trying to go around the.
But the fuel that doesn't get cooked goes back down and somehow gets into the reed valve holes.
The crank is going to want to pick it up anyway when it's spinning. It's going to throw it around.
That way,
anyway.
it keeps everything lubricated, and you don't have any engine failure.
It's going to go because it's going to go everywhere once it touches the crank. It's unless you do like a lot of those guys like RDM and Smolik, they'll port the cylinders and everything so that it'll want to draw the fuel like right over the top of the crank and everything, and right into the transfers. And that's why they're having some problems.
Well, see, I don't want to touch the transfers or fucking with porting the cylinder because I'm not as skilled as doing that. Yeah.
You want to draw the fuel through the bearings or up through the bottom and keep it like a convection as that's spinning.
But anyway, I ordered me some stuff because that other fucking clutch for the 4-stroke, the springs are too tight, so I need ones that engage quicker.
Did I tell you, Raul, that I saw a guy mentioning
or maybe
you?
1K? Huh?
A guy mentioning you in a video? I found a video of a guy.
Well,
which video?
Like all that Hunter Thompson stuff, because his pen name was
Carport.
Say it again.
Angel's Carport.
Angel's Carport.
Yeah.
He just put out some videos.
And he's seeing your rollers, those fancy rollers you got. And he thanks you for giving him the information where to get them rollers. And he bought one and he put it on his bike.
Did it work?
It worked for him, yeah.
I told you.
You got to check it out.
Because they use those for goat carts and shit and similar builds. I think they use them on certain motorcycles and pit bikes and shit.
So you got to go check it out on Angel's site and reply and whatever you do. Because I think I seen that too.
Yeah, because
he had a few views on it. Maybe
because
I might have
the original dude that was put
went a while back and was healed.
Yeah,
up.
the original dude that was putting those together, he sold them as a complete set. I think his name was called Kentucky Motorized Bicycle Sport or some shit on YouTube. And he doesn't sell the parts anymore, but I found out who he was getting the parts from.
Right.
Eduardo Espinoza said that Smolik's got your name up on his site. One of his
me.
Yeah.
Raul's getting famous all over here.
Famous.
Yeah. Hey, I'm the tester of the Menace engine. I was the first tester.
Right. Well,
there you go.
Now Smolik's gonna steal your thunder and say you can buy a Raul motor from him now.
Ooh! You said that was gonna happen, Raul. You said somebody was eventually gonna do that.
Well, he calls Smolik calls Smollett calls it the SS instead of the
Oh,
Super,
yeah, dude, the Super Sport.
Super Sport instead of
The
Super
Super
Phantom. So
Sport.
you know he's ripping it off. GTX, GTO, they're the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And now he's mentioning Roll on his thing for a little bit of, trying to steal some thunder
Hey,
off of Roll.
he's making money off him. I know that. He's selling it as a complete motor kit for $400 or something on his website.
Well, aren't you in Pennsylvania too? So you could take him down to Pennsylvania there. Take a little ride down there. And
Yeah,
get
right
your
on
check.
down.
I say, hey, where's my royalties?
Go on down. Take a ride on down there. Because you can't be too far from
How
him.
far? Yeah.
Oh, look at it.
You know where the return address is for all your shit you're buying from him.
What do you think about that one?
Well,
Rob?
how far would his shop be from where I'm at?
You got your return address on all that shit you're buying off him.
True. I would have to look at the address again.
Yeah.
Dave
said, yes, Raul is OEM Smollett factory engineer.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm also the tester of parts too.
That's what he said, man. He's there. You're one of the factory engineers.
You just got to find a box with a label on it.
Just need a box with a label. Oh my God.
There's a box.
Mossy, stop the stalking, okay? Stop the stalking.
Raul isn't throwing nothing away anyway. It's there.
Oh, he's cut every label up and put them in a photo album. What do you mean?
Right. He's got a big collage of it,
With little strings and pins on it.
Right. Like
Don't
John
forget
Wayne
stickers. Not like John Wayne Gacy, though.
The clown. You had the John Wayne Gacy clown on doing the ride. The other one I seen. That was the Gacy clown.
For Roll.
I'm pretty sure it was Roll with a clown face, like doing a Gacy run. Little kids keep them on their toes in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, Dave, ain't it fucked up? Everybody's stealing my ideas.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Anyway, I tried to tell OP1 if the bucking bar and that little clutch thing ain't lining up, he has to take that bucking bar out. Take an angle grinder, grind one end down just a little bit, maybe about 1 millimeter, maybe half millimeter, so that the bucking bar fits. And then you have to resand the top of the bucking bar so there's no sharp edges. I did that for my red bike here. See, look.
Are you running like 2 bucking bars, or you still got the BB in there?
I got the BB bolt and all that in there. See, it's all the way pushed over. I don't have to put a spacer here, and spacer down here. See?
Uh-huh.
But I'm also running lock bolt here, lock bolt here, lock bolt, and another lock bolt, so this coach cable don't slip.
Do you used to slip on you?
Oh yeah, it used to, not anymore. See, pull on the clutch, pop it in. See, it's in now, and then you pop it out.
Are you still shifting this bike? Are you left the bottom shifter on in every shifter?
I left the original pedal shifter on this bike. It's on 4th gear. But I will be changing. Yeah, I will be changing that 30 rear tooth because it's too damn slow.
You cannot manually put it all the way over there either. If you throw away all your fucking shit, dude, the derailleur will only let you screw tight it into the 2nd fucking gear, and that way, to manually hold itself there, it will not stay on its own all the way over. Fucking piece of crap.
I aligned all my shit.
I hate having a derailleur on there and a motor. I ain't gonna lie.
Because yours overshift and then it snapped the derailleur.
Yeah, no, yeah, that derailleur was bit. When I was in Texas, that guy took an alignment tool out there to it at the bike shop, and oh my God, was it bit? I swear to God, I did not realize how fucking twisted that derailleur hanger was, dude. It was,
Damn.
it wasn't even ballpark.
What'd you do? Run over Bigfoot or something?
No, I took it off the side of the ground, off the side of the road. So maybe
Caught him at some. It's just like it's like those derailleurs are great until they're not great, and then they go bad real fast.
Yeah, well, yeah, this was terrible. I wish I would have
You
known that.
weren't getting very good longevity out of those. Like you had gone through a few of those, didn't you, on your trip, Jared?
Huh?
Wasn't that
Come on.
then the derailleur was just.
I still have the motor.
Woo. Kept getting destroyed in the middle of that. I'm surprised the wheel kept holding up. Yeah, the wheel just kept destroying the derailleur, just rip it right clean off.
Right, right.
Hey, Mossy, what's that say right there on the gas tank?
It says Raoul Performance on there. It's Smolik and Raoul's now.
Hey, I should get proceeds and royalties.
Down there. I'd go down there somehow. Get down in there and see where he's at. Follow that mail.
I say, hey, where's my royalties and my proceeds?
Well, then you go down there and you and him can get a picture together, and like whatever, do a little photo shoot with you in in the background. Then he could, whatever, cut you a check.
True. Because I'm the one that figured out. I'm the one to figure out the problems with the Phantom.
Right. Well, then again, you also did buy his stuff, so it's not like you can sue him for stealing your idea with his stuff. Because if it wasn't him,
but I do know Olin copied me though.
Then you'd have to renounce Smolik after the lawsuit, and you'd have to give away all your Smolik stuff.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be that petty, no. But anyway, that bolt pattern, that bolt pattern that's on that motor, I'm the one that came up with that because the wheels are sitting over there in the corner. I took all the wheel bolts out and I used them for engine head bolts.
And he did that?
No, Olin from Go Max. He's now selling the heads with the bolts and the long threading of the bolts go with the head. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember you came up with that I was always wondering how you got those, because of an axle is going to be like 3/8 by what are they, like 26?
Yeah, the original head bolts looked like this. They were too small for the head that I was trying to run.
Because like the original, like the motor bolts are supposed to be like 8 by 1.0, and the bolts for the wheel are going to be 3/8 by like 26 threads per inch, unless it's an old school one.
I threaded them in; they fit.
And so you were able to cut new threads with just winding that in there. Those fine threads were able to go in there and grab whatever that 8 millimeter.
Yeah, you take a little
big enough
one of them
diameter.
tools. Hold on, let me show. You need one of these tools, a ratchet wrench.
Right.
Yeah.
Because in order to put that together, you're cross threading all that to get it bound up in there. You put.
That's what I did.
Sounds like JV Weld to go with that.
You just take your time slowly turning it in there until you can't turn it anymore. Because I got tired of the fucking bolts working themselves loose and shit.
Did you put JB Weld down in there when you did it? So they're like, are they JB Weld?
JB Weld and JB Weld and thread locker, red and blue.
So
A
you
little
just put
Leonard
all-
trick right
all
there.
Shit, you just put all the shit down in it. Grab it.
Yeah, I
Well, that's-
mixed it all up.
Well, once that JB Weld hards, once that JB Weld grabs onto it, you'll have to take heat to get those.
Yeah,
out
but
of
I've
there.
also put
That's
I
a
also
good way to
put
do it, like
thread locker. I also put thread locker red and blue. Leonard
I
trick.
wouldn't have put that in there. I would have just. I just would have done the JB Weld and one. I wouldn't have wasted thread locker on it. But yeah.
Well, I can get them back out if I need them.
Maybe weld his head studs in permanent.
Mm-hmm. But you just gotta have a bunch of bike nuts and washers for the top because now you're gonna be 30. You're gonna be 3/8 by 26.
Yep, he
Well, I got
drizzled JB Weld on the
Now you're gonna have
stud.
the same nuts. You're gonna have the same nuts and stuff for the cylinder head that you're gonna have for the wheels.
Yeah, I do.
And you can get them
But
in
anyway-
BMX. You can get them like you can get those nuts and washers and shit like the ones I have on my bike. The washer's actually part of the nut, and they're like forged. Like there's a place called Pork Chop BMX, and you can get all your nuts and all your BMX shit like forged axles and stuff there.
Yeah, because see the
Can you get 3/8 forged? Still 3.
You can get all that. Yeah, I have a bunch of that. You get that 3/8 forged at like Wheelmaster.
Oh yeah.
3/8
that's the
forged
small.
axle.
You think it's
That's
real?
the small. That's a small bucking bar, and there's another one. They were too small to put in the motor.
Because the BMX world solved it with a 1/2-inch axle. They got the fuck away from 3/8.
Right. But you can get all that BMX stuff at this place called Pork Chop BMX. They're in actually North or South Carolina somewhere. And they
Hey,
have
Jason
all that
Burke.
stuff.
Look,
They have
look,
all that
look.
stuff you can.
My pizza
Well,
my pizza cutter.
I got that. You probably haven't seen that because I just unboxed it on live before you came on, Raul.
Yeah,
Let me see it again. Let me see
Yeah,
it again.
It'll get them all filling it up. It's shiny.
It is shiny. Oh. I got one in silver. I got one in black, and I got one in gray. Oh, unboxing video. Yes.
I just taped it up, but
Oh, he did retape it.
I can afford the tape to put another roll of tape on it. But yeah, fucking.
Yeah, it's an ISO roller.
It comes with these shims.
Oh, nice. You can use those for engine, mounting things.
It comes with this piece here.
Oh shit, CNC. Oh yeah, that's the extended frame. Hey, wait a minute. I recognize that. Did you get that from Gas Bike?
No, that comes from Groovy. That's a big chunk of like CNC, like solid.
Oh man, did you get the
billet?
Did you get that chain tensioner to go with it?
Well, this is the chain tensioner right here for it. That goes around it like.
But same design.
So this is how you adjust the chain on it.
Yeah,
By
one
moving
side's for the motor, and the other side's for the pedal side, I think, or the drive side.
This is for the seat post.
Yep, that mounts right on the back.
And that
How much did that cost?
100 and like something. I can't
Not
remember
bad.
now. A couple $100.
So you're building the fat tire bike with an engine on it, then?
Yeah, this is for the Sluggo fat tire because I got a fat tire fork. I got a leaf spring fork, a 4-inch leaf spring fork, like off of AliExpress. It's kind of like Leonard's.
Dang.
But it's a little different. But it's a 4-inch tire, and so I got the 4-inch thing here for the jack shaft.
Damn.
This is the other side of it. But this is a chunk. This weighs almost half as much as like a regular engine does.
Damn. And they casted that on a CNC machine.
Right. This is from a solid piece of billet. But take it apart to figure out what bearings in there. But hell yeah. And this is like, so let's do adjust that.
Yeah, so
I'm
the
getting,
Jack
I'm getting another one of them.
kit for putting the 212 or 79 on
Yeah,
upcoming,
jack shaft kit.
which obviously he could mount a variator on there just as easily.
Right. Well, it could be other stuff, but it's made to get you out around a 4-inch tire off a seat post.
You can put a longer axle in that just in and put a variator on there and have a converter.
Or it's usually a combination of stuff. It's like a little bit cheating here and there to get it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna definitely get another one of them for sure.
Dave says he wants you to measure the OD and the ID and the depth.
Of what? Of the seat post?
Of that big CNC piece.
Danny used a 2-inch roller to climb mountains.
This little piece right here is basically the same dimension as like on the back of a 8mm 66cc or Whitey 100. Like this goes on the back of the motor, like that. And you take the piece off and then the piece that was on the motor or something goes on here. Like, I don't know what goes on here. I might have to check and see if it's not missing a piece. But that's what I see. It might go on here somewhere, for all I know.
All right.
But don't appear to
All
be.
right. We'll keep all the bolts and shit together.
Yeah.
I have a problem losing bolts, and then you gotta find the bolts and then put them back on the motor and shit.
Oh.
Just that piece right there to me is worth like something. Anyway.
What would you say, like $100? CNC $100
like,
at one part.
I can't remember now how much it was. It might have been a couple $100.
Anyway, Dave says Mossy has the stash. Yeah, he bought a bunch of motorized bicycle parts.
All I know is I like it, and I might not use the little shims that come with it because I'll make my own, or I might just find the right size pipe and replace the seat tube with a better pipe.
Well, keep those parts as backups in case you lose something or whatever.
I'll use those for something else.
Yeah, I'm drooling. He's over here showing off CNC stuff.
Yeah.
Hey Dave, how come you don't make CNC stuff anymore?
I think he technically does. Just none of it goes back to his house.
All right, I'm glad that's over with.
Oh God. Yeah.
I think when he says he's hanging out at that guy's shop, he's not just hanging out.
Is he living there?
I'm getting ready to drop my ceiling. I don't want dust and nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, you don't want dust and shit in the parts.
And I don't want to handle it, whatever. It's like, now it can't hurt it any. And plus, I got to label it anyway. I don't know what it is.
I can't argue with you on that, Bri. The 1.5 inch would do mid-dry. Yeah, trails. For sure. I will say this. You can get that roller wet with mud. It won't slip. Funniest thing. I liked that clown mask on the ride out the other day. You should have gave us a walk by or a kind of a cruise by standing there with the pose. Because it was a good photo, dude. I stopped it the other night when we all watched it.
Yeah. It's hard to see out this damn mask.
Hell yeah, dude. I was like, man, he can't see where he's even going right now. He's gonna run the camera.
That's what I was talking about, the fucking Gacy and all that.
Yeah.
Well, this
Open
mask is
himself-
from Spirit
open himself
Halloween.
Trying to shut me down, and oh, you're going too far.
Yeah,
No,
like
he
the
started
party
it.
sport, Spirit Halloween.
Or it's
Oh.
it. It's like it coming out of the sewer pipe.
Yeah, I couldn't
It
see
was a
shit
big
out of that mask.
You need if you got the mask, you need to get the big lollipop that it had when he was down in the sewer pipe. The lollipop.
Float down here, dude. They all float down here.
We all float.
Hey, dude. I seen a guy coming up. I was in Las Vegas, dude. I'm rolling there. I'm going past the fucking Las Vegas Speedway, and I see a man come up out of a hole in the ground, and he's got a little bird nest in his hand, and I think he's trying to feed it like a mama bird or something. I don't know, dude. It was so weird shit, dude. I don't know what I was seeing. If you would have seen this happen, dude, it looked like fucking Mad Mag shit, dude. It was
Right. Well, that sounds like Nevada anyway. So
yeah. You're like
nothing to see, just normal.
yeah,
He
thank
wasn't
you.
drinking.
Stopped or anything.
He wasn't drinking brake cleaner or engine coolant, was he?
No, maybe he was earlier though, but maybe
Well, he was on his way to go get more because he'd run out when he came out.
I'm not sure.
When he came
Hey,
out.
come on, man! Don't hog it all.
Scooter, what was it? Scooter Boy? No, I can't remember the name of it.
But he had just had to go out and panhandle for a few hours and get his can of WD-40, and he'd be back.
Probably doing whippets with it.
Then he'd get beat because he used half of it and didn't share with the other one.
Dave says he was wheezing the juice. Polly Shore reference. Don't wheeze the juice, man. Oh, shit.
Wheezing the juice. Thank you, Kate, man.
OJ was the juice, wasn't he? I'm in the dark anyway, but where am I?
Comment up.
It'd be like
Okay, we'll
I don't know, that might be better. My flashlight, the battery died.
Oh, shit. It's getting
And
dark
so-
in the house now.
Usually I charge it up, but I didn't the last time, so it made it like probably like 3 different lives before I died. What's in the chat? Anything in the chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was running over here looking for something to play or something. But yes, what do we have with Caveman and them? They are talking about my build to Dandy Dan, little weight advantages, and with the 2.5. Reason to choose. Raul's famous last words. Have you learned something yet?
I might get
Yeah,
the
like
Makagi Sluggo frame because I got that jack shaft for it, and it's a 4-inch wide, and I got a 4-inch leaf spring fork. Instead of trying to do something with that OCC chopper, because those are just too low.
Let me tell you what I've been thinking about: committing one of my vintage fucking mountain bikes to it, to the Avenger.
they do sell motor mounts for that OCC Stingray, but they're expensive.
I have a vintage. Beautiful.
I want to get one of those two-stroke, like the two-stroke conversions for
like the mounting plate.
You know that plate that goes on there that's like for the two-stroke to go to the OCC? I want to get one of those just to use that as a template to put that on everything.
Good evening, William.
They mount everything to that adapter, the two-stroke to the OCC. I want to get a bunch of them.
Well, first off, you need a CNC machine in order to start cutting metal. I didn't know that.
No, I want to buy them for like $15 or $20, whatever they are.
No, I'm talking about William said he would love to have a CNC machining as a job, though.
You just got to find someone that was willing to do it, like during their coffee break type stuff.
They are a little harder to trade with. They really do want money. But I've traded with some dude. I've traded some CNC work. They're tradable, but man, they're tough. They want some vintage car work is what I ended up having to, So it felt like the trades were pretty high end. That's all I'm saying. The goddamn machinists are not cheap.
No.
But anyway, like I said, when I got that Bofang carburetor for this one build here, I will be changing it, but I ran the motor in that first video you guys seen. Drove up and down the block, and then I went to park the bike. And as soon as I shut the bike off, it started pissing fuel out of the carburetor.
What the hell?
The bowl float was trying to shut the carb off, and the two little things are supposed to be sticking out like this. They were bent wrong, and the thing kept pouring gas into the carburetor, flooding it.
It wouldn't shut off. Right, the float's too high, so it wouldn't shut off.
No, the two little metal prongs that's supposed to touch the bowl.
Is your float bowl drowning? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it. What you do is you take the two things, bend them down this way, so when the bowl float comes up, it shuts the gas off.
Right, you just want to keep them, because sometimes if you drop it, it'll bend them.
No, I bent them by hand, just a little bit, both sides.
Right.
Got to bend them down so they touch that bowl float, so it stops the fuel when the carburetor goes to fill up. That thing was pissing fuel like crazy. I had to manually shut it off by the gas tank.
Well, you didn't have to choke it much to get it started.
No, it took off. I couldn't slow down. It's like I had a reed valve kit hooked up or some shit.
Had enough gas in it. She was primed.
Yep. Anyway, Dave's spitting facts over here. Operating a CNC machine and knowing how to program, draw, and pick tools, tool speeds, pass is a whole nother story. See, Dave's already been there and done that. Yeah. That's why he's called Amos.
I had a two-stroke that filled up full of gas because I had it in the back of a truck, and I left the fuel on, and because of the vibration and it was riding down the road, it was
shaking the fuel. It was shaking the fuel. It was shaking the fuel out of the carburetor. How bad did it stink when you went back there to check on the bike?
It filled the bottom end full of fuel, so it didn't want to kick over. Oh, man. So I had to pull the plug out of it to get it to come over, and then it fired up real good. But it wasted like a half a tank of gas, or almost a whole tank of gas, or something like that.
Damn, when you're transporting a bike, when you're transporting a bike, you got to make sure the fuel and shit's shut off.
But yeah, that was a pain in the ass with it, because it's like hydro locked with all that down in the bottom end.
Yeah, you can usually grab the bike, flip it upside down, and let the fuel come out through the piston hole.
Right. I pulled the plug out of it so it would could blow it up through. Had to kick it over a few times.
What the hell is that? Hold on. What the hell is a Python PHP program? What the hell is William talking about? He lost me. He's talking.
I think you're talking about programming CNC machines.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where the money is in having a CNC or machine shop. Is it takes them like 2 seconds to do the work, or maybe even 2 minutes. But it's going to take them hours. It's going to take them hours.
You got to have it set.
Let me finish. The work itself is going to take them 30 seconds to do the job. It's going to take them 2 hours to get set up, and it's going to take them 2 hours to get put back together for something else. and it's a setup
Yeah,
time
but you
to
got
get up and running, and then they just take a few passes off of it, and then you're done.
yeah,
Or
but you have
whatever
to
they
have
make.
the machine programmed for what you're cutting and shit.
Getting it all programmed, getting it all set up, getting the pieces all put together, centering everything, zeroing everything, you know, getting it all
The right cut,
ready to
all that
go.
shit. Because you
Right,
fuck up
that's where
once,
the
it's
time
like
is.
you
That's
got
where
to
the money
redo it
is.
over. Yeah.
Now, if you got to do one, it's going to be expensive. You're going to save money if they can do 1,000 of whatever you're doing, because they're already
Yeah,
set
but
up for it.
if they could do 1,000, it's gonna cost them money for the supplies and shit.
Right, but the units become
They start
cheaper.
making money per unit at a certain number of them, dude. And God damn it, if that that's why they always set order limits.
Right,
Yeah.
they'll say, "Look, we
Oh,
can
you're
do it
not
for
allowed.
you. We're going to have to make
Yeah.
500 minimum to do
Yeah.
it." You
Yep.
know, because it's not worth it to set it up to do one for $30,000. You got to do
That's why I had
30,000.
to fucking trade
They
so
make
high
it
with the
sort of
goddamn guy.
$20 a piece or something.
Yeah, because he was gonna
Yeah.
just my little part.
That's why these Chinese
you
motors
figure
are so
you're buying-
cheap, and why they're so low quality control, because they're just pumping them out. They're just pooping them out just as fast as they can poop them. And it's like quantity. So they can do a motor for like $75. It probably costs China 2 pennies to make one of these motors. The kit. Like the
Hey,
Avenger.
2 pennies. Hold on, 2 pennies or two. Hold on, what's the money over
That
there?
Avenger
2 yen,
kit costs
2
somebody
yen
2
or
cents
whatever.
in China to make.
They're probably making like 2 yen off the motors that they make.
Right. The guy that's the foundry and all that, the factory in China's making them Avengers for like 2 cents a pop. Or the 6680cc they can make like 3 or 4 of those for a penny.
Yeah, they make the 2 engine halves, and then you got the bearings and all the little
Right.
parts go with it.
You're paying everybody 10 cents a month or some shit, you know.
Yeah. Hey, you weren't over there, were you, Jason Burke? You stealing ideas from the Chinese?
I wasn't in China, but you gotta know what they're doing. I mean, they're not. I mean, it's cheap. You're buying cheap shit. It's mass produced. There's no quality control. Like, you might get lucky and get a good casting, but you know, you're just taking luck of the draw that you just happen to get like middle of the pot of molten metal they dumped in. If you get the first batch, it's probably full of slag. If you get the bottom of it, you know, whatever.
I got
I know one person.
H. You can learn to sew.
You'll get shit through like whatever. I got broken
Well,
shit.
the 2 motors I got, the 2 Avenger motors I got, they were casted right. You said somebody in here got an Avenger motor, and what was it? It had casting flash all through it.
Right.
They forgot to check.
They got that one that changes shift or something.
Yeah.
You know? They got that one. The whistle
they
blew,
fucked up
and then
on the cylinder. Yeah.
Like change a shift, and you know that one just happened to get wrapped up with it. You know.
Yeah, like you said, they only give some good parts out, and then the rest turns out to be shit in the box and fucking luck of the draw.
I mean, think about it. If you're fucking 9 years old working in a Chinese factory, just fill a box, throw a box, fill a box, throw a box for like the entire
Chinese sweatshop.
If you're in some Chinese fucking sweatshop, you know, I'm surprised these motors don't come with a help me note in the fucking thing. Help me.
I'm being held against my will.
If you find my missing thumb, send it back, you know. It was like in box number 985, you know. Fucking, they're not worried about some slag in your fucking motor. You know?
My thumb's missing.
He's got like a bean he's got to bring home from work, and then 6 people got to split it. You know? Ain't worried about your quality control.
Oh shit! He's like, help my missing thumb. Oh shit! Oh. Oh man. They do that. Yeah, they do that in China, though.
They got a fucking 900-foot ship full of the fucking things coming over here. They don't give a fuck. You just luck of the draw. Just got to look out for it. Glad he caught it. Because anyone else, someone that never had one before would probably get real fucked up on it and destroy everything. You'd have to go through.
I got the luck. I got
Hmm.
luck of the draw because I got good bearings. There was good casting on the cylinders and shit.
All the ones I got look really good. I didn't really look inside, but the bottom ends that I got were really good.
Yeah, and like OP1 said, if you're good at porting and shit, you could probably port the cylinders out yourself.
I'd rather have something untouched, if anything. I'd just rather have luck of the draw. And
Yeah,
get something
same here. Same here.
And deal with it myself instead of having something that someone rushed it through. Because that menace cylinder I have is all chipped up and scarred up. I got this menace cylinder. It's all been, someone's tried to hone it and fix it, and it's all been beat to shit. Had ring snag. You can still see, like they couldn't hone it down enough to get the ring snag out of it. Like I could be like a 50 fucking 2.5 millimeter.
Well, you might have to put a 52 and a half.
It's like
52.5 millimeter piston.
And try to get, it's a Smolik sent me a menace cylinder. It's just total trash. It's got Pekka tracks where they went around it with a Dremel, and I would have gone around with a stone. Like you could see, it's been someone had run it and snagged it, and then returned it, and then Smolik got it. He's getting the dumpster dives for those menace cylinders.
Yeah, the ones that been returned and shit.
I got 4, and 3 of them were really good. And
only one of them. Yeah, only one of them was a fuck up.
So someone else got that, and they got a shitty bottom end and all that. It's because Smolik's buying them off a dumpster dive, and we already figured out he's getting it from Hybrid or somebody.
Yeah, that's a good one, Danny Dan. I can't deny.
It's either Hybrid or bicycleengines.com.
The Smolik's dumpster diving, and that's why you can sell them for $50 in the raw cylinder.
Oh, don't you dare! You fucking talk bad about Smolik.
He's dumpster diving.
Don't you dare! We won't hear it. No.
I accused him when I found my cylinder, and now someone else has come along with a Smolik fuck up.
No,
so, confirmed it.
Well, mine was one of the new cylinders he cut. I think it was the version 2.
And what did he cut it with?
He cut it short too. He could have left a little more cylinder.
Yeah, but I like the way it runs stuff.
But if he's going to cut a cylinder, he should have left at least a millimeter there to have some,
Yeah.
But, you know what I'm talking about. So he's rushing it through because somebody probably got one that's like fucking 2 millimeters of the pistons in the hole. Rushing it through, or whatever. He's probably got IDM doing it.
Probably.
But they selling him for $50. He's chopping the top off it for like $50 or whatever it is. In the new cylinder, replacement cylinder is more money than that. So he has
Someone
to be
told me that Smolik and RDM are working together. Is that true?
They used to be next door, and now Smolik's got his own place. They used to be next door, but then they moved, or somebody moved. Smolik started out being like in the back room of RDM, and then he got his own place. He was doing his own thing. They probably don't want to have Ryan's reputation of not delivering and fucking around or whatever.
Yeah. I heard it took Leonard so fucking long to get parts from fucking RDM. It was funny.
I think what Smolik did was he went in and hired RDM to make him a shitload of stuff so that he can always have stuff in an inventory, not be making it as he makes it. Because what RDM does, he waits for an order to come in, then he makes it instead of building up an inventory. So everything's like a fucking for some reason Ryan can't figure out how to have like 10,000 of these things ready to go, and he'd have a fortune by now. But instead, he makes it piece by piece, which is super expensive, so he can't make any money on it. Or he could have farmed it out, some of the stuff.
Yeah. That's why some of the shit
guys doing it.
Yeah, that's why some of the shit's fucking expensive.
He could bring in like 20 guys to come in and bust a bunch of stuff out and get ahead of himself and all that, and instead of doing everything separate, one at a
Yeah,
time.
one piece here, one piece there, one piece here.
It's like one guy with like 40 machines. He needs to have like 30 people in there on 40 machines and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
4 hour mark. Holy shit.
You could have everything going, and like one person doing one operation in like an assembly line type of deal, like a machine shop. But he's not a machine shop. He's like a hobby, whatever.
Kind of a hobby.
Hobbyist or whatever.
I would say RDM had probably taken it more seriously. Or that is what
RDM
we're talking about. Those RDM.
serious. He don't take the business aspect of it serious. It's like
No, he
you should
didn't.
be kissing ass to get a part. He'll send it when he feels like
Yeah,
it.
but he didn't know. He didn't have nobody other. It was him. And I think him and his old lady became some sort of estranged. Everything, all kind of crazy. You know, he'd lost. I think
He's waiting on metal. He's waiting on a shipment. He's waiting on this.
Yeah.
His fuck's sick.
promised too much. He just promised to. And pre-sale, it bit him in the ass. He's
Right.
like, how bad could pre-sale go? Dude, pre-sale is not a good idea for you. You know, it's not a good
The
idea.
idea of the pre-sale is he doesn't want to put any of his own money into it. He wants
Yeah.
some people, you know, and all that. It's like you can't run a business like that.
Yeah,
And
he's
like,
trying to run like a middleman or some shit.
This is the thing. That worked out perfect. What he was doing is, I understand what he was doing. Like when his first like 6 months or first year to get up on their feet. Yeah, help me out, everybody, prepay and this and that, but not as a business rule. Like now, it's, you know what I mean? Like after you get up and running, people are waiting and shit, but they don't want to continue to wait because they only waited because they were hoping to get you up and running, not always wait for shit. You know, so that's what burned him, I think, because at least with me anyway. It was like, okay.
Well, from what I heard from Leonard,
it's like he's
what
not
I
the
heard.
first.
What I heard from Leonard is when he meets Ryan Dutter, or how the hell you say his name is, Leonard would straight up punch him in the face because he made him wait for all his fucking CNC parts.
Well, that's the thing, you know. He doesn't have any idea of how far out he is. He doesn't have any idea to give you an estimate of a real estimate. He'll just say some bullshit just to try to give you to buy him some time, like everything, a couple of weeks. Should have just told me it's going to be 8 weeks. You know, don't tell me if it's going to be 2 months. Don't 5-minute me every 5 minutes for 2 months and tell me it's going to come. It's in the mail. I got a tracking number, and then have a tracking number, but it's never moved. You know, I'm sending it. Oh, I just put it in the mail. But you look at the tracking information, it says package parcel is yet to be received by post office. So he made it clear.
Yeah, and then it says, package ain't in the system yet.
Right. Waiting for package to be whatever. But he'll give you a tracking number and all that and try to bluff you some more. It's like there's so much work going on in the bullshitting of it that it's actually more work to do that than it would be just to make the parts. Like he spends like 9/10 of his time putting people off and giving them excuses and whatever and all that when he could be doing parts and just get ahead of it and not oversell himself or like a business. But he's not in it for the money or whatever. It's just a hobby. But people going into it don't understand that. Like it's going to take you like 6 months to put that kit together. He's not going to have all the pieces to it at one time. You're going to have to get this, and then you're going to have to wait for him to come out with this, and you have to wait for him to come out with the other part. And you may not have the whole kit, and hope that you got something that he's actually doing currently. Because if you had anything that's more than a year or 6 months old, he's never going to make a replacement for that. So it's a one-shot deal. They're unique to each other. Like Leonard's got like 5 or 6 of those motors, and they're all a little different. There's no 2 the same. He might have 2 the same out of all of them, or something like that.
Yeah, he's got that new engine now. He calls it the paint.
It's like a unique, one of a kind, off, oddball. You can't get parts for it. Take special seals. Some of them take different bearings. Some of them take different whatever. I mean, if you're into it and you're following it, yeah. But if you're just thinking, oh, I'm gonna get me an RDM motor or whatever, you're in for a fucking pain in the fucking ass.
What you should
Unless of
do
course you're one
is
of his, unless of course you're one of his racing buddies, and then they're all on Facebook talking about, oh yeah, fucking rubbing it in, like, yeah, knowing that people waiting 6 months or something. Yeah, we got it last week. Oh yeah, I've been already riding it. It's like they want you to, and then after they're done racing something, they'll send all their like rejects. Like you're not going to get that RDM racing motor. You're going to get the rejects that took them to make that motor from all the off, like stuff that was like that didn't make the cut.
yeah, like off-brand parts or some shit.
No, it's just it's just stuff that wasn't perfect, you know, or stuff that somebody else had used and sent back because it wasn't right or whatever.
Anyway, I got 400 miles on the stock Avenger.
They don't make enough parts for everyone to get good quality, top quality. And in the process of making anything, you're going to have seconds and thirds. And so in order for, you know, they're not throwing that away. So they, you know, you're not getting the top quality. You're getting whatever as this
Yeah,
a
and when
newbie.
I get that damn performance pipe, I'm going to be using these. And I'm going to strap the pipe onto the fucking bike. See, hose clamps. I got a whole mess of them. Hardware store quality.
It's like you got to be into that Southern Cal or whatever the racing circuit where those guys are racing and be competitive and in that circle to get the quality stuff out of it. To be treated like a customer. Anyone else is just basically, you know, just they don't give a fuck and they'll just fuck with you.
Yeah. Yeah, Leonard bought that new motor, that $600 motor and shit.
Yeah. And you can do it until you're 90. You can do it anywhere you go.
It's a puzzle, you know.
They are hiring you. Every man that walks in is hired, no matter what, bar none.
But basically, it's like, you know, once you know,
anyway,
you know.
Jason Burke, you said you were going to build a motor that's an LD,
and you're building things.
I got the head for an LD. Haven't used it. See, look.
I'm gonna do the head. I'm gonna do the LD 100 head on the
double spark plug holes.
I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use the CNC.
All places that sew William are hiring. They're always
the LD 100 head that I'm gonna use isn't gonna be that one. It's gonna be the CNC LD 100. You can get from like off Amazon. You can get them off of wherever.
You can go sew up a golf bag to sewing up a freaking upholstery. Auto upholstery is what I did. Boats, airplanes. I did a lot of airplane crap. I
also got one of these. If anybody remembers these.
Boats are endless.
But get yourself one of those LD 100 heads, and you look inside, and it's got a really small compression chamber. It's got a decent squish band, even though it's not for a flat top.
What is this, Raul? Is this one?
And so I understand
in your head.
No, this is for the 80cc China doll. Double spark plug.
Did you get that from Cafe Moto Racer?
How'd you know?
I know, because I know where all that shit comes from.
Let me guess. You got one. You got one. You got one of these.
I don't have the two. I don't have the two spark heads.
Oh my God, Skip! Are you serious?
I just know where you got it from. I don't have one of those.
Damn, you could tell the parts just by looking at it, huh? Okay, how about this?
I know all of that shit. You try to stump me. I gotta see the underneath of it. I gotta see the underside. All right, so That's one of those like, oh, that's different. That one's different on the top, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got the 2 holes too. I got other shit in here so don't fall out. I got extra screws.
That's different. That's not the Cafe Moto one. That's different.
Yeah, and it's heavy too. I think this
It
could be
almost
for a
look
66 or an 80cc.
right, but it
It's
looks like a
white.
Fred. It looks like a Fred two plug head to me. It looks like a Fred
That's probably
CN.
where I got it.
It's a Fred CR Machine Kleminski one from back in like 2012.
Kleminski, that's what his name. I can't ever think of his fucking last name.
Is what it
See,
looks like to
Mossy.
me.
Yeah, see, Mossy knows. I never got around to using it.
If it's a Fred, it'll say on it, like he'll say, it'll write like 7.0 or 7.5 or whatever it is.
No, I think
think
this is like the Generation 1s when he came out with them. I grabbed
Right.
one. Yeah.
But usually he'll put a mark on it that'll say it's a 7 millimeter combustion chamber.
That's probably
It
what
should
it
be a
is.
7. It should be a 7.
Dandy Dan, I refuse to fucking do boats, dude. I fucking refuse.
Because he had a
So,
5. I got a 5.5, but it's a
they
single
got me in
plug.
the early years. They got me.
I wanted that other one he came out with, but I didn't have the money to get it. He rigged
I
up.
got 5, but it's
he
not as
rigged up.
good as.
Yeah, listen. He rigged up a chainsaw head. It looks something like this, and it's got 1 spark plug on one side, or 2 spark plugs, and then in the middle he has a decompression valve. He works with a clutch cable, or
Right.
some kind of
You can still-
hand clutch.
Right. You can get that. You can still get that on eBay. I think he's still selling them. 1 or 2 of them.
How much is it? Because last time he
Like,
told me
He wants like
some-
200. He wants like 220 or $250 for the head. He's
Dang.
got a motor on there for like 800 or 600 or something. 600 or 700 maybe.
Damn. Does he still have the listing up, or?
Yeah. CR machine on eBay. You just gotta look up like GT. Look up like a. It's called a. Look, the motors listing is a GT5L. Do it with compression release on eBay. It should come up. But I went
Might
and
have
got
to
him
do
for
a
the
search.
hardware. He's got those. He's got those machine washers that are like spring, that are cone shaped, that for like head bolts and stuff. I went and
Yeah.
cleaned him out to them because some, it's like the way that those washers work is they're under a spring. So when you flatten them out, even with like another washer on top, they're better than a lock washer because they won't loosen up. And so I
So do
went
you
and
have?
I got a
Do
couple
you have a
carburetors.
couple? Yeah. Do you have a couple heads like that from him?
Mm-mm.
The Fred heads or whatever.
The only Fred head I have is a single spark plug, but it's a 5.5 cc.
Ah, nice. Which
And
motor
so-
does it? Which motor does it go on to?
It fits like a 66 80 cc. It's got 6 millimeters. It's for 6 millimeter studs instead of 8.
The thin bolt spacing.
Right. All that Fred stuff was like based off of like Groovy GT5 Skyhawk.
Yeah, that was the motor that was popular.
Right.
Back
And
then.
so all that Skyhawk stuff is like 6 millimeter bolts. It's like a small, like compared to the new ones they have, the 80 cc new ones.
Yeah,
That was like a big block.
or whatever that. Whatever the
So
hell
that's like the
bolt
6
spacing is.
millimeter cases from like yesteryear, from around 2012 or so. Those are like a small block, and then the next size is like the 8 millimeter ones were a little bit bigger, and then there's like the YD 100s a little bit bigger than that, and then the 110's even bigger than that. The 110
All
is
right.
the YD 66 80 cc.
Yeah, Jared, you said you're interested in the Avenger, right?
Oh yes.
All right. What do you want your gear ratio to be set up as?
What do you think's going to earn the fastest?
40 tooth.
Like
40 tooth sprocket.
money?
Yep. 40 tooth sprocket.
How many
I
days
got
do you
me
think it's going to take to pay for itself?
To
5
pay for
days.
it,
It's
Bill?
probably
5 days. You
It'll
think it'll
probably-
take 5 days to make $200 with the Avenger?
it
Like
hauls
doing
ass.
DoorDash and all that. See, I wouldn't know how much you making per trip.
It will probably only take 2 days.
You'd be doing 50 with the 40 tooth sprocket.
Because it depends on the area you're at too. Because you know, like
I'm in
how
Well, if he's got hills, he'll be able to climb them with the 40
I'm in
tooth.
Florida. I don't even have a
there's
bridge.
no hills in Florida. No
Yeah.
hills like
No
past
hills in
like
Florida.
Georgia. No,
Right.
the last hill in Florida is like about 100 miles into Georgia, or you got to hit a hill.
With the 40 tooth hauls. Me, I
There's
need
like
a new
about a-
spark. I
about
need a new
of
spark
elevation
plug
change.
for my stock Avenger. I burned the other one up.
Well, that's what I'm going to do with it. Anyways.
That's cool. 'Cause
I'm
you get-
upset. I just hope it ain't upsettingly loud. That's all I can hope for.
Skip
Look
says
around here.
gas, drinks, lunch, cigarettes.
Like around here, there wouldn't be any money for DoorDash. Like no one's making any money doing that stuff here.
Yeah.
But you have to be in an area where there's a lot of people doing that.
It is that area.
Jared's in a big community area. He'll make money.
Like I wouldn't make any money doing it here. Even if you had a car or anything, they don't make money here doing that. It's just not a lot of people.
Excuse me. 410 miles.
I know,
Yep.
Dandy Dan. Thanks for hanging out
4100.
next week, Sunday or Tuesday, whenever you get around to it. Thank you, brother.
But yeah, I
Hold
can
on.
definitely see how you
Try to
can make
get
some good money if you're down near resorts and maybe even like a 50 mobile home park or something. You could probably do a lot of runs in and out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason, look. See? 410 miles.
We have a really huge military presence here.
Okay.
They got out of the military too and bought a fucking house here on the beach. You know what I mean?
Right. But they're in the military and they just worked a hard day and they're gonna order DoorDash.
There is quite a bit of that's what I'm trying. Even though there's a lot of tourism, but the base crowd though is a pretty fucking significant goddamn tens of thousands of fucking people crowd and
Right.
served.
I used to do that. I get off work and if I was in Garrison or whatever, we go down to this
Hey, you
place.
make super good money if you can get your ass on and off that base, dude. But you need to keep your vehicle fucking top notch. You need to be clean. You need to make sure that this is
I
for
had
real.
a vehicle that had the base stickers and stuff on it.
Yeah, it's hard.
I
It's,
could go off base.
a whole lot of
I could
extra money though, if you drive on and off, man. You need to be enlisted. Basically, you need to fucking be enlisted.
Well, I get it because of a veteran status, and so what I could do is I could get the paperwork together and I can go on there with a bus or whatever, as long as I show them the ID.
But
Right.
I did deliver on those bases with that fucking motorized bicycle. It was a bit of a pain, and let me tell you what, I'm at the gate for a good 10, 12 minutes before I can even get through it. And then another 5 to 10 minutes trying to get my materials that I had to fucking give to my license and something else. I can't remember what else it was. I had to fucking get it on base.
Checkpoint.
Fuck yeah,
'Cause
dude.
when I
Did they ask what?
on that motorized
Hold on, Jared.
it.
Did they ask what type of vehicle you're driving?
No, those guys were super cool. They didn't fucking say a word about it, other than
The thing is, like I went to the base. I went and got my paperwork, and so I got this paperwork from the VA, and I had my regular state ID, and I had my vehicle registration, my insurance, the whole bit. And I go up to the gate, and the guy directs me You know, I go up and said, yeah, I got my paperwork. I want to get my stickers and my ID and all of this. And so I was in like, I think I was in Doral, Florida when I went in to get my ID. But that was the second time. But that was a little different. But when I first got the base stickers, that was up in Maine. And so they went through the paperwork, this and that and everything else. Maybe took about 20 minutes, half an hour, and they had printed me off a base ID, and they gave me the stickers. They told me where to put them. There was like a little piece of paper that told me where to put each one, and I put them like where they wanted them, and then they just waved me through. But I'd go to like like where the commissary was in certain places. Like I could go to like pretty much anywhere as long as it wasn't like a restricted area or something. But I could go and put up on the bulletin board like my name and number, former Marine, handyman services, lawn care, whatever I feel like I want to do, boat services, winterization, light work, nothing big. And I'd get hits on that because it's like, oh, here we go. They end up going through it anyway. So I was getting a lot of work that way. But eventually it gets to the point where it's like, okay, I want to do something else. But the base used to be great because I could get leaded gas at the base. But then they shut that off. And it's like, oh, now we could do this. Oh, now we can't do that anymore. Or you could go to the rifle range and get like a machine gun and you have to buy the ammo and you could go and have that for a day. I mean, as long as you weren't trying to take it with you.
Well, before 2000, you know, it was anybody go walking through the gate, pretty much. You know, they'd hold you up a little bit, but dude, after 9/11, it was over,
You
man.
had to have a legitimate reason. You had to have a legitimate reason, like, oh, I'm a delivery or.
You know what I mean? It fucking became a true hassle, and it becomes so jammed sometimes because they're still to this day fucking doing it. Whatever.
I mean, I would go from base to base to base because, like, I'm on the Marine Corps base, but then there's a Navy base on the other side, so I'll go over there for stuff. And then there's a Air Force, like an Marine Air Corps base on the other side, and I'd go over there because sometimes it depends on who's had what for chow. And so we'd be like, yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's the menu over at Kadena? Oh, what's the menu over at Leicester? Oh, what are we having? You know, is it worth it to go over there and get, you know, because we just get in line, you know, and we would go to different bases just to who had the better chow, you know, whatever it was. And we weren't supposed to do that. We were supposed to go to our own chow.
Dude, we were over at NAS and we were building in Pensacola, building a big naval lodge, and the little officers little restaurant was just down at under the building type of just right down the way.
Right.
And yeah, they would just serve us out back like animals. But yeah, they had a back door patio that they were serving all the and then one day word came down they weren't no longer allowed to serve us. Oh
Right,
no.
there's always something like that. Yeah. See, like we'd have the Coast Guard base. Like I would go. I was in Virginia, and so I went
great
off.
deals.
I was in Virginia in Quantico on the range, and then I left there, and I ended up going down towards Hampton Roads, and there's a Coast Guard station. There's Langley Air Force Base, and then there's like a Coast Guard station, and the Coast Guard was having like steak and lobster, and I just went right through the chow hall, like, you know, and civvies and shit, you know, long hair.
Yeah, well, we were taking advantage of it, dude. Full advantage of it. No,
But when I went to Quantico, see, Quantico is like maximum security, super secret Quantico.
yeah.
So I went to Quantico. I had my beard, I had long hair, and I had my military ID, the DOD ID, that says veteran, you know, and all that. So when I showed it to them, they'd never seen anyone with long hair and all that and a beard. Like usually Quantico's like officers and shit, you know. So I go in there like, who's this fucking guy, right? So I go through the gate and they're like, yeah, you got to go over here. And so I went over there and I'm sitting in a room and this guy comes out like he's like this like supervisor or whatever. He's looking at my ID and stuff going, yeah, it's legit. But we did, you know, it's legit. You know, we don't know we've never seen this before. You know, like this homeless guy coming in with some fake ID. You know? What the fuck?
See, they're wondering who's this homeless guy.
Right. So they pull me aside and I can hear him go, yeah, this is legit. This is a legit deal. What's he want to do? Oh, he wants to go down the range and fucking shoot some guns and shit. And I went and got some like camouflage pants. I went down to like cash sales, like where the troops would go. And I went down to cash sales, like, yeah, I need like a whatever, 36.
Yeah, well,
30.
that damn officer's lounge or whatever it was, dude, had the most amazing steak tips and rice, man. All this stuff was amazing.
Yeah, we had a breakfast spot, and we'd go over there, and there'd be like all these admirals and all this shit. And if we went in and we didn't make eye contact with anyone, that was like the commander of the whole Pacific fucking fleet. You know?
Yeah.
Let them go through first, and they would talk about their golf game. We could sneak in there and fucking have the whatever. There was like an egg something Japan style. Guys like fucking this $500 chef fucking style shit. But we get in trouble a couple times. We got in trouble like
I wanted one of those apartments, dude, that I built there. That thing was absolutely bomb-proof, man. I'm telling you, if you set off a hand grenade in the other apartment could not hear it. Shooting those guns to hammer everything up to the concrete walls. And the other room, dude, you could not hear that fucking shotgun hitting that goddamn nail into the concrete. There was no noise.
The thing is, the military really pumped up their building code after like the Marine Corps base Beirut went down in like 80, 81. When the truck bomb came in and leveled the Marine Corps base in Beirut.
You know what I'm talking
about? That was like the precursor to like 9/11. That's when they really started bumping up.
Well, what was most awesome about it is that it came in prefab slabs on great big semis, and they put it together like a freaking erector set.
Right. They do that with the prison system too.
Yeah,
but the military one, I'm sure, is like super dense and it's been super whatever concrete.
Yeah, they were fucking really thick walls, you know.
Right. But that would have been made out of several different layers of stuff inside that would have been like impenetrable to like anti whatever for bombs and shit. Bunker busters.
It was bomb-proof. It was intentionally made, maybe from shelling. You know, it's a Navy base, so maybe they were trying to block the shelling.
They figured out, well, what's the biggest gun they have? Well, we'll build something that won't fucking put a hole.
The guy could wake up and still get out of this building if maybe one shot.
You know you were getting hit, but it's not going to flatten it. They should be building schools and stuff and hospitals out of that instead of their own shit.
I've been doing it for quite a while, but it's not.
There's secret formulas that they have for military and all that stuff. They can't let anybody know.
A storage unit like that, so that way you had a safe house to either store all your fucking trash or a place that you could go hide in when things got, you know, like tornado, hurricane, blizzard, you know, the gambit.
It's a cube, you know, it's like a same as a prison. They build it the same way. It's a pre-manufactured, it goes together like Legos or Lincoln Log, you know, together. All the plumbing is pre-formed and everything, so it's just a few little attachments.
Oh shit! Signal drop. Mossy, you got signal dropped.
Yeah, how did y'all switch each other just then?
I don't know. Yeah, magic.
I didn't touch nothing.
Motherfuckers, that was weird.
Anyway, Look, I got one of them clutch tools.
Yes, I wonder if Dave ever received it from. I think Opie wanted him like 4 or 5 of them or something.
What I would like to do is make a clutch tool out of like real tool steel and like
Yeah.
a real tool, and not the Chinese one. Something that's like got like maybe 6-inch handle on it and longer.
Well, see, what you do is in order to get your clutch and your clutch shaft and all that stuff out, and that little bevel gear that drives the motor,
Right.
just put that little ball bearing in here from the clutch bucking bar, and then you screw this down, and then you adjust this, and it pulls
Right. I want to make
the gearing
those up
off.
out of some kind of puller. I want one that's long so I can put my whole hand around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when they give you the tool, it looks like this when it comes in your motor package.
Right.
It was
And all
very
that
cool
does,
that they would give you
but-
that in every package.
and that's a pain in the ass to tighten, and it's a pain in the ass to it's like too short. I need that to be about 6 or 8 inches long.
Yeah, well, see, what you do is you grease it first
Get it
before you
wrapped in,
use it.
on
Yeah.
it or something.
And you triple check them threads that you've actually threaded it on correctly. Got
Right.
Yes.
the damn thing.
And that's another reason why I want one that's like custom made and threaded on there, so that those threads are good and strong,
Yeah.
and not stuck in the draw. Whatever puller I got is gonna
Yeah,
fit.
well, I got
fucking
more than one.
just only have like one thread all the way around it, or no thread.
Here's the new one. I didn't even touch it yet.
Right. I want one out of hardened steel that's about 6 or 8 inches long.
It's
Put an impact on it. I can put a deep socket over it,
Raul, do you know anything about pizza?
so I can put it on with a deep socket.
What pizza is Brian the bike guy having?
Man,
He's just
Yeah, but
keep
so-
talking pizza.
if I had it out of tool steel or out of impact grade, or like a snap-on one, I could have it so that I could put a deep well socket over it, get it onto the clutch or gear, and then I could put another socket on the impact with a wrench and fucking get the center
I know
part.
the best pizza is Fox's
You like
Pizza.
it lane, 4 inches.
Is what
With a six-
pizza?
If it was
Fox's-
4 inches,
Fox's Pizza, Big Daddy.
6-inch the deep well. Like if I got a 6-inch deep well socket and made the thing 4 inches long at the machine shop, would take much.
See,
to make
what
that.
they do is their pizza's way different because they get their tomatoes from California, and they make the best pizza sauce.
I'm wondering why no one makes like a nice clutch puller.
Yeah, that'd
Right.
be the next tool that Smolik or RDM makes. The clutch tool and the bearing tool puller. The ones that I just showed off.
It's like the size of like an impact like hammer, like a manual impact driver.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that ain't just some little fucking rinky dink thing.
Hey, you know China, they made that tool that probably took them like $3 to make, if not 75 cents or 2 yen.
Fancy clutch tool from Kevin.
$50 on like 40,000 of those fucking things.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
And imagine the fucking, quality control on that. It's lucky that thread.
You need an oven. So what
kind of metal is that made of?
To allow you to build a stone oven in their yard, and from that stone oven alone, just make bread. The bread will bring in on the weekends when nobody's looking. Bam, you make fucking pizzas, dude. That's my threat to my old lady. So that's what's going to happen if I get hurt or anything happens.
Oh, he's talking about making an authentic Italian pizza. You need a old style wood burning stove or one of them brick ovens.
I want to make a clutch puller that I can use that's going to last. That's not a one-time use clutch puller. That might even cut something that might even cut threads into it and help the threads.
Well, if you know somebody that has a CNC machine or some shit, you could probably recast the tool that China made.
You don't have to recast nothing. You just get the tool steel, and they'll cut it and make it out of whatever they got. It's easy.
Yeah. That way it's hardened steel and not fucking butter metal, as Jared would put it, butter metal.
Butter metal? Did I say butter metal?
They'll start out with
Chinese
a blank.
butter metal.
Chinese.
The machine shop will start out with a blank, and then they'll whittle it down, or they'll open it up on the inside, or whatever they got to do. Cut the threads, the whole bit. They can make can make it the right thing. They could make the threads a little sharper. They could make them a little bigger, so it's going to want to go in there really tight.
What the hell is a chain pizza? What the hell?
You know a chain Domino's.
Oh.
That it'll want to cut.
Did you eat
Pizza Hut?
What's your favorite box pizza?
So the clutch puller will actually want to cut it.
Fox's Pizza, and then
second anybody's grocery store. Nobody
Domino's. Domino's
from the freezer.
Let's see. No.
Which one do you
Domino's?
You get the Which one did you get?
DiGiorno.
I wouldn't even know. I don't even think
stuffed crust pizza.
I don't even think you can buy a pizza in New Mexico.
Surely.
I
fucking raw starved to death then, dude. That's all he eats is frozen pizzas. He keeps talking about places, but he don't eat them.
Skip keeps talking about pizza.
Somebody might have like a pizza front, but I haven't seen a lot of pizza in my travels. There might be like some guy like cartel might have like a pizza.
Depends on what
pizza cartel.
It depends on what
some Italian.
It depends on what you mean by air ovens, Skip.
We got a pizza joint, but it's gonna be like some Italian snitches, like witness protection program, like cover. This ain't the pizzeria state,
Oh, it's a fucking front, man. It's just a front. It gives this guy something.
It's like all these. It's all these people like Bernie Madoff's cousins and shit, whatever.
Yeah, fucking feeding all most of these people for free.
Right. Gambini's pizza.
Yeah, you asked them, "Where's my pizza?" Oh, this ain't a pizza place. This is witness protection.
Yeah, it's like.
I mean, it's about the sauce. I don't know what they have pizza, but it's about the sauce.
Devastating roll over here with the comedy.
It's about the sauce.
I don't know, but Skip's making me fucking hungry. Damn it! I might have to go make a pizza.
He said he's making.
I'm gonna put on some fucking bacon because everything starts out with bacon.
Ah.
We're getting ready in.
I'm gonna reach through this screen and grab that damn bacon.
That's gonna kill the live right there, bacon.
Oh no, they love it, man. We got 5 hour mark.
Yeah, but everyone will be going to get their bacon or whatever cooking, and they won't be watching live.
Anyway, everybody keeps asking about that 12mm wrist pin bearing. I have one right here. This is the stock Phantom. This is the stock Phantom 85 wrist pin bearing. As you notice, it goes on both sides. There's no play, and there's enough room for it to move. But when you first get the Avenger, hold on,
that's the one you want. You want that one that don't have no slap in it.
Learning a lot about the business.
Yeah, we learned about the mafia owns the pizza places. Apparently.
Well, the wrist pin, you want the pin bearing. You want the wrist pin bearing to fit the piston so that it's maybe a millimeter of play or something in there. Not a whole.
But when I got mine, this is what they put in the motor. Hold on. See, it's an MS380 bearing. See how loose that is? Just goes back and forth, back and forth. Woo!
Doesn't the math say it's not going to move anywhere?
No, what's going to happen is this is going to work itself back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, till it gets caught on one side, and then drags the piston upwards and then fucks the skirting.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll get to one side and kind of jack the piston over and burn
Yep.
it and press it against the wall because it'll be like concave. It'll fall out of the. That's what I was
Yeah,
mentioning.
because the first couple times that I blew up the Phantom motor, I kept the extra wrist pin bearings. See.
What
Yeah.
China did was they put a bearing in there that's 13 millimeters wide because the rod is 13 millimeters wide, and it needs to be like 15 millimeters wide because that's how wide the piston is, or whatever it is. You can get them up to like 16 millimeter or whatever if you wanted to, or 15.8, 15.9. But basically, the MS460. The MS460 bearing is going to be the one you want to run in those 52 millimeters, whether it's an Avenger or a Phantom or whatever. And that's what they do with that. Hybrid gives you a wider one. It's not going to be as good as a Still.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do now. But at first, they were just selling the Avenger motors with that MS380.
They're not putting like they're not putting a bearing in it for a saw that's coming from a saw place. They're putting some China bearing in there.
Oh, that's how it turned it off.
I got like an OEM Still OEM like 460 bearing. It's not this is a fucking whole different animal.
Yep. And like I told everybody, I cut my own little reed valve holes. What you do is you take your old Phantom piston that's got reed valve holes. You cut the piston with an angle grinder. See, I got my own little template now.
Right. I like that template or jig or whatever.
Yep, got himself a little jig.
So that slips right over, like hooks onto
No,
the
you hold this. No, that's the way they drilled the holes.
Right, but how do you reference it?
You put it on the piston that you want to.
Doesn't it kind of like clip on, or doesn't it have like a little hook or something?
No, I clip it on like this, and then I hold it.
But what?
And then I take a black marker.
Right, but what part of it clips onto it, like the back side of that?
It just shows you where you need to drill the holes, is all.
But I'm just curious about where it clips on. Is it got like a leg or something that sticks down, or did you grind it to clip on somehow?
No, it just fingers.
I just grinded it to make it a little template. See, you can see where I cut it. Yeah.
Yeah, the back side of it.
See, because the original piston looks like. See, there's the template. That's the part I cut off.
Does it clip on to like where the ring?
I got my own little.
No, it does not. Just holds it with his fingers and traces it.
Okay.
Yep. And then I take my little power drill and I take this screw thing off, put my drill bit in, and then.
Yeah. Nice.
Because I don't have a drill press, so I do it by hand.
You don't need one for that.
Nah. It just takes steady hands.
Just gotta like
see Brad the bike guy look. Ooh. Oh. That almost looks like a face mask a little bit.
As long as you don't take away too much material.
That's too small.
like as long as you leave a little material so that you can come in and give it a polish. You know, it might take more work, but as long as you don't take away too, you can always come in and just, go slow with it, with like different stones and different whatever.
Well, I do need new Dremel tool parts because most of my Dremel tool bits and shit are all dull now.
Right. Sometimes a dull bit is good, like to finish with, because it isn't so aggressive. Like I'll have like an assortment of dull stuff.
Yes, William, we are in the stream here in just less than a minute. So we want to thank Brad the Bike Guy, Skeptical Force, William H, Raul Duke, Mossy, in Albuquerque, smoking. He never did say the name. And we got
Wowie.
Dave, we got Maui, Wowie, Skeptical Force, everybody else who joined us earlier this evening. We really appreciate it. Y'all all have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to the stream, thank you guys. Thank you, Ro. Dude, you were super, man. I appreciate you guys for hanging out with us.
No problem.